Mic test, 1, 2, 3, test, test,
I sit
test.
here. Hey, how are you? Whoever's not here can submit their testimony in writing. And they can answer their questions in writing, too.
So you want me to spell you when you're gone
Yeah,
at
so
3:30?
I'll leave probably around 3:20,
Not a problem.
and then you take over.
Yeah.
All right. Rules Committee will come to order. As a result of the recent Republican tax law, the 7 largest drug companies received $34 billion in tax cuts, and that's in a single year. 5 pharmaceutical companies announced $45 billion in stock buybacks as a result of the Republican law. But as Big Pharma was getting a windfall, American families were getting squeezed as drug prices climbed higher and higher and higher. Consumers today are paying on average 4 times more for the same drugs than people in other countries. In some cases, that number is as high as 67 times more, all for the exact same drug. Now think about what that means in people's everyday lives. Take insulin. Its patent was sold in the 1920s for just $1 to ensure that it remained affordable. More than 7 million Americans rely on it, but we're paying more than 1,000% more for insulin compared to consumers in other nations. Open your medicine cabinet, pull out virtually any drug, and you'll find it costs much more here in America. Big Pharma has gotten enough special deals and giveaways. It's time to look out for families, and it's time to lower drug prices. That's why we're considering H.R. 3 today. It gives the HHS Secretary the power to negotiate lower drug prices for all Americans, not just those in Medicare. The nonpartisan CBO found that this bill would save money while decreasing premiums and out-of-pocket expenses. The savings under this bill will go toward adding things like dental, vision, and hearing benefits to Medicare. And they reinvest in the National Institutes of Health to find the next great medical breakthrough. This is the most progressive prescription drug bill being considered by either chamber of Congress. I want to especially recognize the Speaker for her efforts in crafting this bill to rebalance the scales so they are weighted more toward families and less toward big pharmaceutical companies. I also want to thank all the chairs who are responsible for the drafting of this legislation. We are also considering today H.R. 5038 to address the labor crisis happening across our agricultural community. You don't often see progressive groups like Credo and conservative organizations like Americans for Prosperity supporting the same bill, but they are here. It's a sign of this bill's deep support. This is a bipartisan, sensible, and badly needed bill to protect our farm workers. And lastly, we're considering the NDAA conference report. I'm pleased that among many other good things, it retains the repeal of the widow's tax that was included in the House-passed version of the bill. I've said for a while that its inclusion here was the fastest route to getting this repeal on the President's desk, and I'm glad to report that I was right. Now, let me turn to my ranking member, Mr. Cole, for any remarks he wishes to make.
We're going to disagree as to who was right about that, but I'm glad it's getting done, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Our second and possibly final meeting of the week covers 3 substantial items. The first I want to address is the long-awaited conference report for the National Defense Authorization Act for fiscal year 2020, a bipartisan, bicameral agreement to provide for America's military. It will provide the resources, funding, and equipment necessary to continue to rebuild our military and ensure readiness to protect our nation against all threats. I'm very pleased that this conference report is coming to us today. I look forward to supporting it through final passage and on to the President for his signature into law. The second bill, H.R. 5038, establishes a certified agricultural program for alien farm workers and reforms the H-2A temporary worker visa program, especially for agriculturally focused districts like my own. Providing stability and certainty to farm workers and farm employers is very important. And I'm pleased that H.R. 5038 has co-sponsors on both sides of the aisle, including myself. Many of my Republican colleagues on the Judiciary Committee, which has primary jurisdiction over this bill, have expressed their opposition to certain provisions in H.R. 5038. Representatives from that committee are here tonight, and I look forward to hearing their perspectives and concerns. I think we should grant a rule that ensures that all members have a say on this important piece of legislation. Our third bill is Speaker Pelosi's radical prescription drug plan. Sadly, H.R. 3 has been partisan from the start. It really didn't have to be this way, considering that both Republicans and Democrats share the goal of lowering prescription drug prices. In fact, both sides have shown they can work together on policies that bring costs down for patients without sacrificing innovation or inhibiting the discovery of cures. Unfortunately, the solutions contained in H.R. 3 can hardly be called that. The bill relies on heavy-handed price controls and onerous taxes that will be counterproductive. H.R. 3 will stop drug creators and researchers from developing life-saving treatments and will result in delays in getting new cures to patients who need them the most. Indeed, if H.R. 3 becomes law, a very unlikely outcome, the Congressional Budget Office estimates that 38 new drugs will not come into the market over the next 20 years as a direct result. The Council of Economic Advisors says the number may be much higher, potentially as many as 100 new drugs that would not come to market. But even if the number were just one drug that might cure cancer, treat Alzheimer's, reduce heart disease, or treat diabetes, but that will not exist because of the majority's policies, is one too many. We had another opportunity here, Mr. Chairman, to put forward a bipartisan bill. Both Republicans and Democrats agree that lowering drug prices is a key goal. The chairs and ranking members of the committees of jurisdiction were working together on a bipartisan proposal. And yet, when the time came to move a bill, it was not a bipartisan policy proposal that both parties could get behind, but instead a partisan bill without any Republican support. We need to stop missing these opportunities, Mr. Chairman. Fortunately, we've been given another opportunity for bipartisanship on H.R. 3 that I don't think we should miss. As you know, ranking members Walden, Brady, Collins, and Fox have proposed an amendment to this bill, which I implore the committee to make an order. The amendment is the text of H.R. 19, the Lower Costs, More Cures Act, and is being offered as a substitute amendment to H.R. 3. Although sponsored by our Republican ranking members, this amendment is really a bipartisan one. Each and every one of the policies contained in this amendment has bipartisan, bicameral support, and every single one would work to achieve our common policy goal of lowering drug prices for American consumers. This amendment could pass both the House and the Senate and be signed into law without delay. Though the majority has not made a substitute amendment in order yet this Congress, today is a wholly appropriate time to do so. I'll remind my friends that in Republican majorities, we often went to great pains to ensure the Democratic minority had a substitute amendment made in order, even going so far as to provide necessary waivers in some cases. In the 115th Congress, a Democratic substitute amendment was made in order on 5 different bills, and we did so even on very high-profile bills. In fact, when the House considered H.R. 1 in 2003, the bill that established the Medicare prescription drug program, we made in order a Democratic substitute amendment. That time, Chairman McGovern, you expressed your displeasure that just one substitute was made in order during your floor remarks. I can assure you that I will exhibit no such disappointment with our substitute being considered on the floor. We should seize the opportunity we have before us today, Mr. Chairman. We agree on the goal. We agree that we need to lower drug prices for American consumers. And we can achieve that goal today with bipartisan policies that can become law. Although I cannot support H.R. 3, there are other policies that I do support and my colleagues on both sides of the aisle can support. That's why we should make the Republican substitute amendment in order to give those ideas an opportunity to be heard on the floor. With that, Mr. Chairman, I thank you.
All right, thank you very much. And I would like to welcome our witnesses to provide testimony in H.R. 3, the Elijah E. Cummings Lower Drug Costs Now Act. We're happy to welcome Chairman Pallone and Ranking Member Walden, Chairman Neal and Ranking Member Brady, Chairman Scott and Ranking Member Fox. We're delighted that you are here. Anything you brought in writing will, without objection, be entered into the record. You could be as brief as you want to be. I now would recognize the gentleman from New Jersey, Chairman Pallone.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and members of the Rules Committee. I have a statement for the record which I'd like to enter, but I will try to summarize.
Without objection.
But I do want to provide some details. So, obviously, this bill is primarily focused on trying to bring down prices for prescription drugs, and it primarily does that by saying that the Secretary would negotiate prices. And specific, as you know, right now, that's not allowed. When Medicare Part D was passed here in the House, and I was here, there was a provision specifically put in the bill that said that that could not happen, that the Secretary and the government could not negotiate prices. So we changed that, and we established a negotiation process under which the Secretary would annually identify 250 brand name single source drugs. We're not talking about generics now, we're talking about brand name drugs, which lack competition, and which, of course, have high prices that we think, or the Secretary thinks, I should say, are too high, and he tries to, through competition, to reduce that. These are the drugs that result in the highest spending for Medicare in the commercial market, but because of a lack of competition, the current marketplace has failed to result in reasonable prices. Now, on an annual basis, no fewer than 35 for that, it starts at 25, eventually goes to 35, would be negotiated. And once that price is established through negotiation, it applies not only to Medicare, but to all plans, insurance plans in the commercial market. I want to stress that we're not just talking about Medicare, we're talking about the entire commercial insurance market once Medicare establishes the price. We know that Americans are paying, on average, 3 to 4 times more for the same drug as consumers do in many other countries. And so what we have is a sort of a ceiling that the Secretary has to can establish a maximum fair price that is higher than 1.2 times the average price in 6 other comparable countries. That's France, Germany, Canada, the UK, Japan, and Australia. Now, this is something that had been endorsed by President Trump from the very beginning when he ran for president and when he was elected after he was sworn in. I know some on the Republican side may say, well, he's backtracked from that. He doesn't necessarily agree with that anymore. But, you know, I've watched the president over the last couple of years, and I think that he goes back and forth. And I'm not saying that's a bad thing necessarily in this case. So we're hopeful that he will eventually come back to supporting what he has said he would support with negotiated prices. We also have a provision in the bill that requires manufacturers to pay inflationary rebates to the federal government if they increase the price of their drugs faster than the rate of inflation. I'm not going to go into too much detail about that, but we also have a provision that says that out-of-pocket costs for beneficiaries in Medicare Part D program is capped at $2,000. So there are a number of things in here, not just the negotiated prices, but a number of things that try to bring down costs to Medicare beneficiaries. What we do, and I really want to stress this because I think it's very important, CBO estimates that this saves, these negotiated prices save both the government and the commercial market. But with the government, it saves about somewhere between $500 and $600 $1 billion. And we are then taking that money in this legislation and reinvesting it primarily by expanding benefits for Medicare, for seniors, for Medicare beneficiaries in 3 areas. One is dental coverage, the other is coverage for hearing, and the third is vision. I've been around here over 30 years, and I hear so often from my seniors and Medicare beneficiaries that, why doesn't my Medicare cover vision? Why doesn't it cover hearing aids? Why doesn't it cover my dental visits? Now, some people get that if they have Medicare Advantage, but even that doesn't cover a lot. And so this is significant, and again, I'm not going to get into the details, but it's a pretty good coverage, and if you want to have more information about that, I'll certainly provide it to you. A lot of the savings is also invested in NIH to do biomedical research on drugs, because we think that that's important, that be expanded. And there are other provisions that help with low-income beneficiaries so that they have less co-pays and other costs out of pocket. The other thing I wanted to mention, too, is that it also has significant amount of money that will go to build new community health centers, not to finance the existing ones, but to build new ones. So overall, there's a lot of good things in this legislation. It does, through negotiated prices, bring down costs significantly. It does, cut out this huge differential between us and other comparable countries. It does limit out-of-pocket costs for Medicare recipients, and it makes major investments in expanding Medicare in those areas that I mentioned to you. Now, the last thing I wanted to say is that my figures that I gave you were based on information that CBO had been giving us over the last few months as we put this bill together. But we actually did get a final CBO score today, and I guess, I guess I could put this into the record, but we did actually get it today. And it says that with the savings and all the things that I mentioned that we are now doing to expand Medicare, we would still end up with a $5 billion extra money that could be used towards deficit reduction. So, Mr. Chairman, even with all the things that I talked about that we're investing this extra money in, we would still end up with an extra $5 billion that could be used for deficit reduction. So I think it's a win-win for everyone, and I appreciate your listening to me. I yield back.
Thank you very much. Ranking Member Walden.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thanks for having this hearing on H.R. 3 and what we'll hope will be a substitute as well. We can all agree Americans do pay too much for prescription drugs, and we need to come together to solve this problem, Republicans and Democrats. We need to change the law. We need to help lower drug costs while not reducing cures to diseases. We have a clear directive from the American people. At the Kaiser Family Foundation, they did a poll. 70% of Americans want reducing drug costs to be a top priority for this Congress. For those of us in this room, and I think we all agree it is a top priority. Yet 65% of the American people responding to that poll oppose any plan that would limit access to new cures. We know H.R. 3 will limit access to new cures. CBO tells us that, even more so in their most recent findings, which were just released as your committee started its process here today. Council of Economic Advisors indicated upwards of 100 new drugs may never see the light of day, or the veins in your arms, or tackling the disease in your body. Speaker Pelosi's partisan drug pricing scheme ignores this simple truth. According to the Congressional Budget Office, an outside organization, we know that H.R. 3 will stop somewhere between 15 and 100 cures. Is that the cure for Alzheimer's, cancer, rheumatoid arthritis, pancreatic cancer? I don't know, but neither do you. Neither do the supporters of H.R. 3. Nobody knows for sure, but we do know upwards of 100 new drugs would never go through the tests and the trials, never make it to the pharmacy or your doctor's office if H.R. 3 becomes law. Some 15 to 100 medical discoveries will be lost if H.R. 3 becomes law. We all know the development of new cures is incredibly expensive and challenging, and cutting-edge research often results in frustration, failure, and significant loss of resources. And in today's innovation cycle, less than 10% of the drugs get approved. Under the Speaker's plan, if the manufacturer refuses to accept the government-imposed price, the manufacturer is punished. and I mean punished. This is government negotiation, quote unquote, at its worst. Up to 95% of the manufacturer's revenues could be confiscated if you don't agree with what the government wants to pay. Their revenues, not their profits, 95% of the revenues. The result, the bright people developing innovative, life-saving drugs would be forced to take the government's price or stop selling the drug in America. That's not a negotiation, it's a coercion. It's a big government bullying, and frankly, I view it as anti-American. The Congressional Research Office warned us that this heavy-handed approach is likely unconstitutional under the Fifth and Eighth Amendments. Now, I'm not burdened with a law degree, so I'll rely on the CRS to tell us that. But they see these penalties as so egregious that they would be unconstitutional. And if you don't believe CBO, look overseas. The attempts to impose foreign price controls like those in Australia, Canada, France, Germany, Japan, the United Kingdom, countries that control costs by limiting coverage and restricting access to drugs when manufacturers don't agree to the imposed price. That's how they do it. That's why they have lower prices, because they just deny access to these new drugs. Countries with government-imposed price controls have drastically reduced research and development spending. These countries have seen an 11 to 16% drop in R&D spending for diabetes medications. France has only 30% of the new treatments that are available in America, 30%. That's France. Australia has half as many new cancer drugs as we have in the United States. Japan has less than two-thirds of the new respiratory medicines that are available to American patients. Of the 270 new medicines available in the U.S., only 41% are available in Australia. It's not exactly a third world country. 52% of those are available in Canada, 53% in France, 67% in Germany, 48% in Japan, and 64% in the United Kingdom. That's why we say H.R. 3 will lead to these kind of price controls that will lead to a delay in access to coverage or complete denial. Importantly, this bill is not going anywhere in the Senate, is never going to be signed by the President into law. The Washington Post noted earlier this year, when we were working in a bipartisan way, Mr. Chairman, when we were working in a bipartisan way, and even that got made partisan, the Speaker had put a political pothole in the way of bipartisan drug pricing bills. That's the Washington Post. I'm telling you, it doesn't have to be that way. That's why we should consider H.R. 19, Mr. Chairman, the Lower Costs, More Cures Act, instead of the Pelosi price control pipe dream. The Lower Costs, More Controls Act uses bipartisan reforms to lower out-of-pocket spending, to protect access to new medicines and cures, to strengthen transparency, and to champion competition. I want to reiterate that every single provision in H.R. 19 is bipartisan. We truly can lower drug costs for consumers without destroying American innovation. H.R. 19 encourages more biomedical R&D, promotes more low-cost generic and biosimilar options for patients, and stops pharmaceutical gaming of the system, something we could be unanimous in agreement here on. It places a cap for the first time ever for seniors' out-of-pocket costs on Medicare Part D. And it allows seniors to manage their annual out-of-pocket spending. Like you can do with the utility bill, you can spread it out over month by month as opposed to having to write one check one time. It reduces the cost of insulin and increases transparency and removes uncertainty at the pharmacy counter. It also cuts the cost of drug administration, including cancer treatment, for Medicare beneficiaries as much as in half. And finally, it takes steps to stop subsidization of other countries' drug prices through stronger trade agreements. If we're all serious about lowering the cost of drugs for consumers and getting something signed into law, and I think each one of us in this room is, if we're serious about solving this problem, then please stop the partisanship with H.R. 3 and allow us to put H.R. 19 up as a substitute on the House floor with these bipartisan provisions that I would challenge you all to read and look at and tell me if you disagree what we can do to work out our disagreements, because it could be signed into law literally by the end of this year. In 2003, Congress passed the Medicare Modernization Act, and I was here when we marked up Medicare Part D. It was a terrific win for seniors. Chairman Pallone argued it was imperative that the minority receive a vote on their substitute amendment. Chairman and I have worked together on a lot of things this year and in the last several years when I chaired the committee and he was the ranking member, and now the roles are sadly reversed. That happens. This is an area where we should remain in agreement. That demand for a substitute amendment was granted then. And Mr. McGovern, Mr. Chairman, nobody's argued for a more open process in this Congress than you have, beginning at the first of the year and all through the last Congress. I just ask you to give us what we gave you, and that is a substitute, an opportunity for all the people in this chamber to vote on an alternative, H.R. 19, that literally will lower costs for all of us and provide more cures. And that's the end of my statement on that. Mr. Chairman, if
Yes.
I might, I also have the amendment for H.R. 19. Would you like me to go through that at this time and dispense with me then or later?
Yes, yes.
You want me to go ahead with that? We all agree that Americans pay too much for prescription drugs. We need to come together, Republicans and Democrats, to change the law and help lower drug costs while not reducing cures to diseases. It doesn't have to be this way. Our Lower Cost, More Cures Act, which we filed as an amendment, uses bipartisan reforms to lower out-of-pocket spending, protect access to new medicines and cures, and strengthen transparency and champion competition. This measure, H.R. 19, could become law. We truly can lower drug costs for consumers without destroying American innovation. The Lower Cost, More Cures Act encourages innovation of groundbreaking new cures, promotes more low-cost options for patients, curbs how drug companies can game the system. We prevent drug manufacturers from withholding samples of their drugs in order to delay patients' access to generic competition. That would pass unanimously if it were brought up under this bill. We stop the bad behavior of pay-for-delay agreements, in which the brand-name drug manufacturers pay the generic manufacturers to keep a generic equivalent off the market. That's wrong. We put a stop to that in H.R. 19. We would end the gaming of the patent system, including preventing drug manufacturers from receiving additional patent exclusivity periods for drugs newly deemed biologics. And we allow FDA authority to approve multiple generic applications of the same drug, which will result in more generic competition and speed cures to markets. As you know, in the last Congress, I think unanimously in the House, we passed a modernization of the FDA. That law is in effect, and we've seen the FDA in FY 2019 approve 1,171 new generic drugs. That's the most they've ever approved in 1 year because of our bipartisan work in the last Congress. Increase transparency, remove uncertainty at the pharmacy counter by requiring insurance companies to make information about drug costs available in the doctor's office before a prescription's written. We heard a lot about this from doctors and patients, that doctors don't necessarily know what your plan covers. They don't know what the prices are, so they write a prescription. And then you find out at the counter you could have gotten a cheaper alternative. So we pull back the curtain on that. We expand online cost estimating tools so patients and seniors can shop around and know better how much they'll have to pay for their treatment before they set their appointment. We encourage more biomedical R&D. We promote more low-cost generic and biosimilar options for patients, and we stop pharmaceutical gaming of the system. We place the cap for the first time ever on seniors' out-of-pocket drug costs that allows seniors to manage their out-of-pocket spending. We reduce the cost of insulin and increase the transparency and remove uncertainty at the pharmacy counter. For seniors, their Medicare Part D insulin deductible will be $50 after the deductible. H.R. 19 would be just the beginning. We're here to do more. We're here to work with all of you to work together as Democrats and Republicans to lower prescription drug prices for Americans. Let's get to work. Let's deliver meaningful solutions that can become law for the American people. Let's do it now. As I mentioned, a substitute was granted on Part D, Mr. Chairman, and I would ask that that be allowed the minority this time, like we allowed the minority last time in a very important national issue of drug pricing. Let us have our opportunity to make our plan available as a single amendment on the House floor. And with that, Mr. Chairman, thanks for the courtesy of your time. I've covered both topics, and I yield back.
Thank you, Mr. Walden. We'll now recognize Chairman Neal.
Thank you, Judge. Ranking Member Cole and colleagues on the Rules Committee, I'm delighted to be here to testify today regarding H.R. 3, the Elijah E. Cummings Lower Drug Costs Now Act, which I authored with Chairman Scott and Chairman Pallone. This legislation demonstrates how Democrats wish to deliver on our promises, namely to meaningfully lower and stabilize the unbearable cost of prescription drugs in the United States. As a recent Ways and Means Committee report details, Americans pay on average 4 times more for the same prescription drugs compared to what patients in other similar developed countries pay.
An overwhelming majority of the Americans, 97%, believe this disparity is unacceptable, and I certainly agree with them. Our legislation will level the playing field for patients and taxpayers by giving the Secretary of the Department of Health and Human Services, who's had very encouraging conversations with the majority on this, to negotiate better prescription drug prices in Medicare and throughout the private market. It also caps Medicare beneficiaries' out-of-pocket prescription drug spending at $2,000. According to the Congressional Budget Office, H.R. 3 will save American taxpayers over $450 billion. That's a $500 billion worth of savings. And that figure represents the exorbitant amount of money prescription drug companies have been charging the American family. We will reinvest these tremendous savings into unprecedented dental, vision, and hearing Medicare coverage expansions. These benefits are directly associated with positive short and long-term health care outcomes, and seniors should have meaningful access to them. H.R. 3 also expands eligibility to low-income subsidy programs so that more seniors can get help as they need it to lower their out-of-pocket costs. To combat the worsening maternal mortality crisis in America, the legislation doubles important investment in maternal, infant, and early childhood home visiting programs. H.R. 3 also builds on the successful Health Professional Opportunity Grant demonstration project, which will help low-income adults gain new skills, earn better jobs, and be part of the solution addressing the healthcare worker shortages that exist across all 50 states and in the U.S. territories and American Indian communities. These changes ensure that seniors can afford life-saving medications, protect Medicare beneficiaries with pre-existing conditions from discrimination, and give older Americans access to commonly needed and life-transforming health services. Millions of Americans will see improvements to their quality of life and their financial security. I'm proud of the medical innovation and research undertaken around the nation, especially in Massachusetts. But I'm also concerned that now innovation is becoming out of reach for consumers who simply cannot afford its discoveries. H.R. 3 gives patients the ability to both benefit from and afford innovative drug needs. The legislation reinvests savings from lower drug prices back into the NIH to fund additional groundbreaking, life-saving research. The Elijah E. Cummings Lower Drug Costs Now Act is a common-sense proposal that will allow Americans to live healthier lives and save more of their hard-earned money. Thanks for your attention, and I'm happy to answer questions as they might arise with this legislation.
Thank you very much. We'll now hear from Ranking Member Brady.
Thank you, Chairman, Governor, and Ranking Member Cole, each of the members of the Rules Committee. Glad to be back here in front of you. At the start of the year, Speaker Pelosi pledged to us, the American people, this Congress would be transparent, bipartisan, and unifying. Perfect. But here we are today before this historic committee, again having to oppose a bill that was written in secret, that is sorely partisan, and one that's dividing members in both caucuses. At its core, H.R. 3, the Fewer Cures Act, will harm patients and set back medical breakthroughs. It does have zero chance of becoming law, and its consideration alone this week adds weight to a very unproductive year in Congress. What we are debating here is a dangerous trade-off for the American people. Lower drug prices in the short term, but fewer life-saving cures and treatment in the long term. So why should patients have to choose between affordable medicines and life-saving cures for Alzheimer's, ALS, Parkinson's, or cancer? Why should parents with sick kids be forced to wait longer for the newest drug breakthrough that could save their lives? And why should Americans face a shorter life because the truly costliest drug is the one that is never created? This is a cruel and false choice, and one we shouldn't have to debate. If this bill were to become law, which it won't, it will destroy these life-saving medical breakthroughs. Congressional Budget Office concedes this bill will reduce cures in the future. That's not up for debate anymore. The only question is how many cures will be lost. Congressional Budget Office estimates 38 cures will be lost over the next 2 decades. Council of Economic Advisors, more than 100 cures will be lost. The California Life Science Association estimates that if the Pelosi drug bill were in place, nearly 9 out of 10 new drugs would not be brought to market. from their biotech companies. One cure lost is one too many. For seniors in our district struggling with ALS and Parkinson's, being told by House Democrats that a cure is worth being put on hold to have temporary savings in the short term destroys hope. Additionally, as Chairman Walden has noted, the way Democrats are billing H.R. 3, the American people, by just letting the government negotiate prices is just not true. Government price setting leads to patient access restrictions, fewer and delayed treatments, and instead of working toward a cure to end cancer the way this bill is created, it actually encourages drug creators not to tackle the most complex and costly illnesses, but to go to the easier ones, the eyelash extensions. It empowers foreign bureaucrats to set prices for here American patients. And we know from experience, fewer new medicines are available when government sets the cost. H.R. 3, I think one of my biggest frustrations is that it scraps bipartisan consensus. This bill, too, is potentially unconstitutional. Chairman Neal and I put our names on a proposal this summer to lower drug prices. Our staffs were making progress. Seemed to me like nearly every member of the Ways and Means Committee on both sides had ideas they were eager to bring to the discussion that could lower drug prices and become law, because that's what we all want, every one of us in this Congress. The Speaker told Democrats to throw that work away. We are restoring that work. In our substitute, there are over 40 bipartisan drug policies ready to become law. This bill in front of us ignores it. That's why we've introduced H.R. 19, the Lower Costs and More Cures Act. It draws policy from Ways and Means Democrats, Republicans, Energy and Commerce, Education, Labor, Senate Finance, and the Senate Help Committees. Where we've worked together, we put this in H.R. 19. And let me be clear, we're not offering H.R. 19 as a Republican alternative. Rather, we're asking that this be the House plan moving forward, because this has bipartisan House ideas in them. It does, as Chairman Walden says, lowers out-of-pocket costs, cracks down on overpriced drugs, gives seniors the power to choose the medicines in the right place to lower those costs. It champions competition and encourages innovations. We want America to be the place on the planet where new life-saving drugs are created. And it promotes more low-cost options for patients. As Chairman Walden said, this cap on seniors' out-of-pocket costs is long overdue. And giving them the ability to manage their out-of-pocket spending and know what their costs are, with management, seniors could lower the cost of chemotherapy by half. They can save more than $300 a year just in Part D alone, because we're forcing drug companies to shoulder more of that burden. It promotes accountability, and we pull the curtain back so everyone involved in drug price setting, whether it's the manufacturer, the PBM, or anywhere in the process, for the first time in a bipartisan way, Americans are going to see how these prices are set so that we can take the actions to lower them. We also, by the way, lower the unnecessary costs, and all that goes to the patients. At the end of the day, this is the only House proposal out there that can garnish the President's signature. We know making drugs more affordable is a bipartisan priority. Every one of us came to Congress to make drugs more affordable and bring new cures. I know that is at the heart of all of us. Chairman McGovern, Ranking Member Cole, let's end this year on a bipartisan note, and Mr. Hastings as well. Let's set H.R. 3 aside. Let's work together. Get H.R. 19 signed into law. Patients are depending on us.
Thank you very much, Mr. Brady. We hear now from Chairman Scott.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, Ranking Member Cole, members of the committee. Let me just associate my remarks with those of Mr. Malone and Mr. Neal, and I can shorten my remarks by doing that. H.R. 3, the Elijah E. Cummings Lower Drug Costs Now Act, delivers on our promise to provide the American people long-awaited relief from skyrocketing prescriptive drug costs. It boosts our economy by allowing workers and employer-sponsored plans to access the same savings negotiated for Medicare. In fact, Congressional Budget Office and Centers for Medicare and Medicaid Services, or CMS, found that the Lower Drug Costs Now Act will live up to its name for workers and employers, saving over 10 years American families $158 billion in lower premiums and out-of-pockets. That's almost $2,000 for every family of four over that time. In addition, there will be savings of $46 billion for private employers over 10 years. So it's important to recognize these savings. And also, what we do with the savings. The Lower Drug Costs Now Act saves almost about $500 billion. Invest that money into expanding Medicare benefits, including visual, dental, and hearing, greater funding for community health centers, investments in important research, and a number of important investments that can support children impacted by substance use disorder, such as the opioid epidemic. Specifically, H.R. 3 includes significant investments in child abuse prevention and treatment. The CAPTA, Child Abuse Prevention and Treatment Act, provides states funding to investigate allegations of child abuse and neglect. The opioid crisis has made this situation worse, and that's why we need those investments. And also, our nation's schools are also overlooked in our response to the opioid epidemic. 34 million children have experienced at least one adverse childhood experience, which can lead to trauma and toxic stress. Without interventions and support, these children potentially face profound long-term physical and mental health issues, as well as poor educational outcomes. So I'm proud that H.R. 3 makes historic investments to expand students' access to evidence-based trauma support services that help prevent and mitigate children's traumatic experiences. Simply put, by lowering costs of prescriptive drugs and improving the quality of health care available to families across the country, and making historic investments in public health, the Elijah E. Cummings Lower Drug Costs Now Act delivers for the American people. I want to thank Mr. Pallone and Mr. Neal and all of my other colleagues who have contributed to the legislation. I look forward to taking your questions. Yield back.
Right. Thank you. We now recognize a former member of this committee, the ranking member, Mrs. Scott.
Thank you very much, Judge. I appreciate it, and I'm glad to be back with some of my former colleagues here.
You care to identify the ones that you're not glad?
I mean, not everybody who's here was a colleague on the committee, sorry. Mr. Chairman, as my colleagues have pointed out, workers and families across America are rightly concerned about the cost of their prescription drugs. This is a serious problem that requires a serious approach. That's why congressional efforts to bring down drug costs for the American people have been and should continue to be a collaborative and bipartisan effort. Unfortunately, Speaker Pelosi's H.R. 3 sabotaged bipartisan efforts by Congress to enact a meaningful solution to this growing problem. The radical approach taken by H.R. 3 includes troubling and unprecedented government interference in private market negotiations, which will eliminate choice and competition and jeopardize innovation, investment, and access to future cures, putting breakthrough treatments for diseases like Alzheimer's, cancer, sickle cell disease, and others at risk. H.R. 3 is the latest string in a series of radical Democrat bills that I've seen in the Education and Labor Committee and in the House that promote unprecedented government interference in private markets and increase regulatory red tape. Proposals that can and should be bipartisan, such as addressing the skills gap, pension reform, and now drug pricing, are being rewritten by Democrat leadership who are held hostage by their most left-wing members. An amendment adopted during our committee markup proves just that point. Representative Jayapal's amendment pushed this socialist bill even further to the left by requiring the Secretaries of Labor, Health, and Human Services and the Treasury to study and issue regulations on extending government price controls to private health care plans. The mandate for additional price controls in this amendment tells private companies how much they can increase their prices each year or forces them to pay a fine. House Democrats aren't satisfied with only setting prices in government programs, and they continue to find ways to expand the already radical scope of H.R. 3 to the private market as well. Since the Education and Labor Committee markup, this issue has been a key area of disagreement between moderate and progressive Democrats. Apparently, the Jayapal amendment was too much for moderate Democrats, who appear to be nervous about the implications of the underlying bill. It appears the amendment has been watered down a bit to be only a study. We'll be watching to see if the full amendment comes back into play on the floor due to left-wing pressure. I urge you to see H.R. 3 for what it truly is, a partisan political ploy that will lead to fewer cures, less innovation, and more government control. Mr. Chairman, we shouldn't be pursuing policies that will harm the health and well-being of American patients, and we shouldn't destroy a system that allows the U.S. to lead the world in new cures and treatments. The American people deserve better. They deserve a real solution that will lower the cost of prescription drugs without jeopardizing access to new treatments and cures. For that reason, I urge you to make and order the Republican amendment, the Lower Cost, More Cures Act, which includes bipartisan reforms that can lower out-of-pocket spending, protect access to new medicines and cures, strengthen transparency, and champion competition. During times of unparalleled political divide, the rising cost of prescription drugs can and should be an issue that Republicans and Democrats can solve together. By adopting the Republican substitute, we can return to the bipartisan and collaborative attention that this issue demands and get a bill signed into law. I yield back.
Thank you very much, Dr. Fox. We'll turn to questioning now, and for the first questioner, we would turn to someone that has an extraordinary amount of expertise in this arena and ask Ms. Shalala if she has any questions.
I do, and before I ask my question, I'd like to make a short statement. Negotiations are actually the hallmark of good governance and a standard feature of the federal government's policies. We negotiate for everything, including military equipment and work with contractors. If we can negotiate, if we can allow the Secretary of Defense to negotiate for big ships, why can't the Secretary of HHS negotiate for small bills? We allow the Secretary of Veterans Affairs to negotiate deep discounts on behalf of those who participate in the VA. Negotiation is not a new idea for the federal government, and we're not interfering anymore in the private sector by allowing the federal government to negotiate on behalf of Medicare recipients than we are allowing the federal government to negotiate for better prices to build ships and to buy airplanes.
Will the gentlelady yield for a question?
Yes.
Is it the case that we presently negotiate for prescription drug prices in the VA program?
We
and
do.
The Medicaid program?
We do. Medicaid, as well as Medicaid. And we get deep discounts for the VA. Those contracts are online, and you can see exactly what we've negotiated. I also reject the notion that H.R. 3 will curb the creation of new drugs. The latest evidence is that the large pharmaceuticals did not actually invent the drugs that they sell. They, in fact, have been disinvesting in the discovery of new medicines. What they do is they buy licenses from research universities that are the result of deep investments in the NIH, as well as buying smaller companies. At best, we would lose probably some Me Too drugs. But the question we need to answer is, are we the deep pockets for the rest of the world? Is it our responsibility to subsidize England and France and Germany and Australia and Canada? Why can't they assume their fair share of the development costs? And finally, this bill makes magnificent investments in the National Institutes of Health. I've spent a lot of time on this issue. I've led two of the country's major research universities. I'm committed to them and their very delicate relationship with the multinational drug companies. Negotiation has not produced negative outcomes in Europe, in Canada, or Australia. If you look at their health outcomes, there is no evidence that the way in which they negotiate for drugs and whatever limitations they put on drugs have produced bad health outcomes. In fact, they have better health outcomes than the United States has in every way. My question, Mr. Chairman, really has to do with asking the drug manufacturers to pay a rebate to Medicare if the price of their drugs rise faster than inflation. The Republican substitute amendment does not include these inflation rebates, even though Senator Grassley has included them in his bill, and there's bipartisan support in the Senate. I don't know whether it's Mr. Pallone or Mr. Neal that can answer this question on why inflation rebates are important.
You want to answer?
The simple answer is to stabilize costs, but frankly,
No, I think that's true. It's basically never to stabilize costs. And, you know, I'll go back to it, but I just have to say one thing that you brought out, which was so effective. You know, I hear from my GOP colleagues, you know, ideological things, you know, this anti-competitive, socialism, whatever. I really want to stress that we're only negotiating the drugs for which there is no competition, right? These are not the generic drugs. These are the drugs for which there is no competition because the drug company has a monopoly. And we know that when does the government step in to deal with these things? When there is a monopoly. So, you know, there's a time-honored tradition in a capitalist society. I sound so ideological, but we have a time-honored tradition in a capitalist society, with, you know, with antitrust, whatever, when there's a monopoly, that the government will step in. And so that's the problem here, that there's no competition. So we have to step in and find some way. I think negotiation is a very capitalist way to approach this. And, you know, the other countries that we're comparing ourselves, as the gentlewoman said, and, you know, former Secretary of Health and Human Services, so she knows, do this for that reason, because this is monopolistic, and it's not fair to the consumer. But in terms of the inflation factor, I think, again, it's a way of trying to not only to have the government get back the rebate, but also to try to bring the cost down. I mean, I stress that because, you know, we have a number of things here that try to reduce costs. It's not just the negotiated prices. It's what we do with you know, drugs that are increasing the cost too high. That's why we have the inflation rebate. We also have provisions about newly launched drugs, that if that newly launched price is too high, then that also gets negotiated. So I appreciate the fact that you brought that up.
And I'd like to add to that, the inflation calculation is system-wide. It's not just raising prices on Medicare. It's also throughout the system. There was some concern that if you just had the calculation on Medicare, that you just shift all the increases to the private sector, and that's not a good thing. But if you have a significant increase above inflation in the private sector, that will trigger the sanction for which funds or rebates are calculated. So the CBO has suggested that based on that factor, a cost shifting to the private sector will not happen.
Anybody else? Mr. Brady?
Yes, so I think it's important that we listen to the experts. California Life Sciences Association, California is a huge innovation state. I think we all look to in many ways here. So what they believe is they have modeled this bill, and as I said, they believe 88%, they would see 88% fewer cures in drugs as a result of this bill. But here's their point about Me Too drugs, that where the cures would be most hurt are those in the higher risk, so the most stubborn illnesses with the smallest populations. So those would be new drugs for metabolic issues, genetic, rare diseases, and cancers in kids. They do this for a living, and they are not the big drug companies. The smaller biotechs do 3/4 of the work of bringing new medicines to markets. They believe the Pelosi bill will encourage more Me Too drugs because they're not caught up in it. The other point I would make, look, we don't negotiate for defense carriers. We bid for them. And if you took 95% of the sale of a new carrier because you didn't like the price, how many new carriers do you think we'd have in America? Zip. It's the same principle for this.
Mr. Chairman, if I might.
Switch. Yes, Mr. Baldwin.
I think it's important to point out that since manufacturers would be subject to a penalty if the yearly price for the product rises faster than inflation, manufacturers would merely adjust to the new pricing model and increase their list prices and reduce their rebates. We don't think that works. In these other countries, though, that I outlined earlier, like Australia, 41% of all new medicines that are available in America, only 41% are available in Australia. They have the model that H.R. 3, in effect, would impose here, and the impact is staggering on human health. 50% of cancer medicines we have access to here, they have access to in Australia. You can go on through all these drugs individually, what they're for. Every one of these countries has fewer drugs, or you're much delayed getting access to the care if they offer it at all. There's no debate here about coming together to find common ground to reduce the cost of these pharmaceutical drugs. My colleague from Texas mentions about the bidding process in the military. We don't have that 95% penalty on revenues within 270 days, which this bill contemplates. I hardly think, having been in small business, that feels like a negotiation. It feels more like a takings. And it seems like that's what the Congressional Research Office came back and told us, that it would violate the Fifth and the Eighth Amendments, most likely, on those counts. And so we can do better than that. We've all voted, or most all of us that were here voted for 21st Century Cures. They're working on Cures 2.0. We know from independent sources, not me, CBO's latest data, we know that upwards of 8 fewer drugs in 2029, 30 fewer drugs in the subsequent decade. Again, is that the cure to Alzheimer's or arthritis? What is it? We don't know. But we know there will be fewer cures for diseases, and we're on the cusp of these revolutionary cures. You think about what's happening with SMA and sickle cell and cancer. We have a colleague who will testify to the fact that 16 months ago, this week, he was diagnosed with lung cancer, and that was the term of his life. 16 months, that's all they gave him to live, a colleague of ours. And he will say this publicly. He was able to get on a new medication in America, and he is doing well today. And so I think H.R. 3 is just the wrong approach from our perspective, but we want to work with you. We hope you'll give us the opportunity on H.R. 19 to have our alternative on the floor for an up or down vote and a healthy debate. That's what Americans really want. Thank you.
Mr.
Mr. Chairman, there's no evidence that Australians have a higher mortality rate in cancer or any of these other diseases. Why is it that in these countries people live longer, are well taken care of by their health systems, have access to the drugs that they need? We have to look at health outcomes. That's the real test here.
Mr. Chairman, could I just say, there's been a lot said about working together, bipartisan, and, I got to be honest, my ranking member is probably someone I've worked more on bipartisan level than anybody else. I mean, he's great in that respect. But the basic problem here from the beginning was that the Republicans on our committee and in general did not want to have negotiated prices. They just didn't want to do that. And I don't know why they continue to see that as, un-American or anti-competitive or not capitalist or whatever. Because to me, it's the essence of it that you negotiate and, with your colleague and try to bring it down. But as long as they're unwilling to have any kind of negotiated prices as part of this legislation, I really don't see how you can effectively bring down the prices. That is the key. And that's what the drug companies don't want, which is why they put that non-interference clause in Medicare Part D from the beginning, because they know that that is the one thing that will actually result in reduced costs. You take that out, and all these other things that we're talking about in H.R. 19 are just not going to do the job. They're just not.
Mr. Chairman,
Excuse me, Mr. Scott, go ahead.
Yes, thank you. We've heard a lot about access to drugs in the United States, and it was previously pointed out that drugs in the United States, we're paying 2, 3, 10, up to 60 times more. The target for negotiations is 120% of the international average, comparable countries, 120%, which means that we would still be the biggest market and would still be paying the highest price. So any drug that's out there, we're going to have access to.
Mr. Cole?
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Before I get to my questions, I'd ask unanimous consent to enter the statement of administration policy into the record. And if I may, Mr. Chairman, let me just read the relevant paragraph. The President believes there's a path forward to enacting bipartisan legislation that lowers prescription drug costs for American families. The administration remains committed to working with both parties to pass legislation that will lower drug costs while encouraging innovation in the development of life-saving medicine. If H.R. 3 were presented to the President in its current form, he would veto the bill. I think that's a really important thing to do.
Without objection, it will be admitted.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman, because that tells us whether or not we're having a messaging war or whether or not we're really engaged in serious negotiation that can actually lead to something that can pass. So my first question, I have one other thing I'd like to put into the record as well, Mr. Chairman. I have in front of me a solicitation for feedback on draft Medicare Part D legislation sent out by Chairman Neal, Chairman Pallone, Ranking Member Brady, and Ranking Member Walden. It discusses the commitment to lowering prescription drug prices for Medicare Part D recipients. So I ask unanimous consent to place that in the record.
So ordered, all without objection.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. So let me go first to you, Mr. Brady. What happened? I mean, you know, I looked at this at the beginning of the session, and we've got strong commitments on both sides. And you guys are all collectively very able legislators, and I've seen you work together before, and I thought that's the road we were starting out down. So can you tell me why we're not considering a bipartisan bill today that you guys have worked on together?
Look, it's a great question because I feel like Chairman Neal and I, frankly, have similar goals in healthcare. Work together, don't agree on everything, but if there's a common ground to be found, we work pretty hard to find it. And I feel it's the same way in the other two committees here as well. We began this process with similar goals. How do you lower out-of-pocket costs, crack down on overpriced drugs, give seniors more power to lower their medicine costs with more real-time information, and remove the bad incentives in Medicare and Medicaid that actually reward bad actors, you know what I mean, who raise their drug price. Felt like we were on that path toward bipartisan solutions that actually work. Through no fault of my chairman, all that was knocked aside for H.R. 3 that was written in secret without anyone's, at least on our side, any input or discussion, and rushed to the floor. I think that's why we have a divided Congress on a bill that goes nowhere rather than a united one that's headed to the President's desk.
Mr. Chairman, that's actually one of the things that concerns me. We're going to consider here a bipartisan NDAA, and it's going to pass. We're going to consider in the next couple of weeks a bipartisan USMCA, and it's probably going to pass. We're going to consider, God willing and the creek don't rise, bipartisan appropriations bills at the end of next week, and they're going to pass. They're going to pass because the two sides work together. That's not what happened here. And so we're going to consider a bill on an issue of supreme importance to the American people that isn't going to pass. Let me go next to you, Mr. Walden, because you've been a pretty busy guy. Now, you always are, but I was really pleased you and Chairman Pallone, Chairman Alexander came up recently with a bipartisan fix on something we all know is a really big problem for the American people, and that's the surprise medical billing. So I'm going to ask you the same question that I asked Mr. Brady. What happened in this case when we've shown in other areas when we work together we can get something done?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And I would even go back further in the work we did, Mr. Pallone and I, and every member of our committee on both sides, and frankly this entire Congress addressing the opioid epidemic in the last Congress. We put together 50 or 60 different pieces of legislation, Republicans and Democrats, solving this problem. It became H.R. 6. It passed the Senate, and the president signed it into law. We did the same thing as you said on surprise medical billing. This is a tough issue. We're all working through it, but consumers are going to be taken out of the the equation here and protected. And Mr. Pallone and I have worked well together with Mr. Murray and other colleagues, and certainly Lamar Alexander. We think we have a good deal there. I wish I could answer it, what happened here, because we worked together on Creates. We passed it out of committee. That stopped some of the gaming by the pharmaceutical companies. Unfortunately, it came up here and got some things put in it after it left the Energy and Commerce Committee that made it impossible for Republicans to support on the floor. We did the same thing with some anti-blocking measures, 2 or 3 other drug bills we worked through. And at our level and our teams, our staffs are terrific. They work well together. We'll have our differences of opinion, but we hammer it out. We were in the process, as outlined by the letter, looking at how to modernize Medicare Part D. I was here when we wrote it. It's been a huge success, but it needs modernization again. You think about the costs as estimated by CBO when it passed in 2003, ended up being like 40 to 50% less than what CBO estimated. Why? Because we did create a competitive marketplace on in Medicare Part D. There is competition, and drug costs are much lower than what were anticipated. And if we'd listened to my friends on the Democratic side, they had an amendment to lock in the premium. The premium would be a third higher today in some regards than it is because of competition. So yes, you need competition, you need the right forces. It was time to modernize Medicare Part D. We were working on that, and then quite honestly, all I know is we went into radio silence. The work stopped, and then pretty soon a bill emerged from the Speaker's office, and she's got a talented group there working on things, and H.R. 3 emerged, and that was the end of the discussion. We ended up in a partisan markup, which was completely unnecessary, and it's unfortunate. So that's why what we did in this bill, Mr. Chairman, H.R. 19, and to the ranking member, Mr. Cole, we have 40 provisions in H.R. 19, all of which are bipartisan. There is not a poison pill in here. 28 provisions from the Senate Finance Committee, 36 provisions that passed out of House committees already, 17 provisions that have passed out of the House. So we looked around and said, what could we come to common ground on? And we believe H.R. 19 represents that. And while you may favor H.R. 3, and I respect that difference of opinion, I would hope you would not discount H.R. 19. If there are things you'd like to see changed, we're more than open to working with you with the tools we have at our disposal.
Well, actually, you anticipated to some degree my next question, but I want to bring Mr. Brady and Ms. Fox into this too, because that seems to me the essence of the difference between these two measures. So could you tell us a little bit about the things in your bill that the two sides have worked on together, and that we could expect substantial bipartisan majorities and potentially favorable action in the United States Senate and certainly from the President of the United States? Because you've got to have all these elements to actually get anything done.
So real briefly, we began with the STAR Drugs Act, which basically pulls the curtain back on drug pricing. You know, from the rebates to the samples, ensures that drug companies that has to justify their price increases and spikes. So we began with transparency in the process. We also agreed, all of us, that Part D, which has been hugely successful for 43 million seniors who rely upon it today, is 15 years old, needs to be modernized and simplified. So that's why we put out that request for ideas to begin that hard work. I served on the Ways and Means Committee when we created the Part D prescription plan. It has outperformed itself in so many ways, not just in budget, but changing seniors' life. But it needs to be modernized. So H.R. 3 has some of those elements. H.R. 19 has where we could find common ground in that with the Senate as well. And again, cracking down on those overpriced drugs, giving seniors more information about this. And as you know, and I'll finish with this, so even when a company lowers their drug prices in the beginning, our system is set up that it doesn't necessarily translate. If it's a 30% cut in the front, it doesn't necessarily translate into any cut at the end when it gets to the patient. Something's wrong with that system, and I think both Republicans and Democrats agree on that. And so those were the types of bipartisan efforts I hope we can return to. After this is dead and gone and Americans are asking, what are you doing?
Certainly.
Let's work together.
Mr. Neal? Through Mr. Cole?
No, I'm not.
No.
I wanted to get all three of them, but I certainly would give time to
That's
Mr.
what I
Neal and
was
Mr.
asking.
Pallone. Yeah, absolutely,
All right.
Mr. Chairman. Well, if you don't object, then we'll go here, but I just wanted to cover the bill in whole, but certainly Chairman Neal.
Yeah, the STAR Act was a good piece of work. Kevin's correct about that. And at the same time, the conversations were good, they were strong, and we are close on a surprise billing agreement between the two of us. I think that part of what changed was I was in the Speaker's office in a conversation she was having with the President, and the President was referring to Big Pharma. And then based on the letter that you've described here, on the threat of a veto, he seems to have been the one who changed course and backed away from the vigorous position that he had taken not only during the course of the campaign, but as recently as just a few weeks ago in a conversation that took place in the Speaker's office, which I witnessed.
Chairman Pallone?
Well, look, we had discussions with Mr. Walden and the Republicans on the committee, but I go back to the same thing again, which is that they were not willing, and I don't think any of you were willing to have negotiated prices. And the bottom line is this is what pharma is totally opposed to. They're the ones that, you know, I was there, Mr. Tozan, I love Mr. Tozan, believe me, but, you know, he was there at the time, and they insisted, pharma, that they put in, as the chair, they insisted that they put in this non-interference clause and not have negotiations. And you see, the problem is, as I said before, these are drugs that there's a monopoly, exclusivity, right? There's no way that you can do anything with transparency or any of the other things that you talked about in H.R. 19 or the Senate has talked about that's going to actually give the seniors some ability to bring the price down. There has to be some kind of a club, I guess is the word it is, and the club in this case is that if you don't negotiate, then we're going to, you know, penalize you and fine you, and if you don't do that, then, you know, then you, at a minimum, you're going to, you know, the price is going to come down to 120 or 1.2% of what it exists in these other countries where they negotiate. You have to have some ability to force the pharmaceutical companies to bring the price down. Without the negotiation, and the Secretary has all these people that they represent with Medicare, that's the only way to do it. I don't know of any other way to do it. You can't just say we're going to have transparency, we're going to know what prices, we know what your profits are. None of that is going to force the drug companies to actually reduce the cost. It just won't work.
Well, I don't know. I go back to my friend Mr. Walden's point. It's not much of a negotiation if I can take 95% of your revenue if you don't agree to my price.
But that's only as a last resort,
If I can finish
Mr.
my point, what I would want to do then is just not spend the money to develop the drug in the first place.
Right.
And I think that's the big risk here. But I want to go back to Mr. Walden and then Ms. Fox for other items in H.R. 19. If you have other points you want to address, that's fine.
Thank you, Mr. Cole. I fully agree with you. And that is, by the way, what the life sciences community tells us, these great innovators in America where most of this innovation comes from, that's their fear, especially the small innovators. I met with a company that is the last one standing developing a drug for pancreatic cancer. There were 21 trials underway, and they're the last one. All the others have failed, and they're in stage 3. They think they may have a cure to pancreatic cancer. Hundreds of millions of dollars have been spent just in their company alone to get to this point. And I met with them a week ago, and the prior week, the other company that was in stage 3, their trial failed. That means they lost all that investment in their research, gone. And I think to your point, Mr. Cole is right. We hear it in the testimony before the committee. We hear it in the meetings we attend. We hear it in the data. We hear it from CBO. These companies probably are going to do a one-off statin drug or something. They know they can churn out. They'll make money. They won't take the risk going after rare diseases because if they can't recoup the costs, why would you? And so the venture capital will go elsewhere. We're hearing it. This legislation, H.R. 3, is already beginning to have a chilling effect in the innovation community. We're hearing it. Now, are they going to step forward and say something publicly? Probably not. But they are beginning to tell us this is a problem. We're starting to get little nervous about what we invest in. Now, HR 19, if I may. We had agreement on the CREATES Act, which prevents drug manufacturers from withholding samples of their drugs in order to delay patients' access to generic competition. That's in here. Passed unanimously in committee. Unfortunately, got the poison pill up here, so it was a partisan vote in the House floor. We go back to the original agreed-upon bill. It's in the committee, or in the bill. Pay for delay. We'd stop pay for delay agreements in which brand name manufacturers pay generic manufacturers to keep that generic out of the market. We all worked together unanimously in the last Congress, as I said earlier, to get more generics into the market so we have competition in the market, so we have new medical devices, generic drugs. It has been wildly successful. They're setting records, 1,171 new generic drugs in the market. We're going to stop these other bad practices. Blocking Act, giving the FDA authority to approve multiple generic applications of the same drug, resulting in more generic competition, speeding treatments. We updated the Purple Book and the Orange Book. We advanced education on biosimilars. I mean, there is a lot of good work in this bill. I hope you will give us an opportunity to have a vote on it on the House floor as our substitute, as we gave Democrats that opportunity at Mr. Pallone's request, 2003 in Medicare Part D. That's what we're asking for.
Ms. Fox?
Well, while Chairman Scott and I have worked together very well on many, many issues, we did not get involved with what was happening in H.R. 3 primarily until things started going into the private sector. Most people don't realize that ERISA is in the Education and Labor Committee, and that covers 180 million people in this country. But it is the private sector. That's employer-sponsored health care. The way all of the legislation that has been being talked about before has been, how are we going to impact on what the government has some control on? Then when you get into starting to mess with the private sector, that's when the Education and Labor Committee comes in. So we hadn't been working. Your question started out is, what kinds of bipartisan things had you been working on? So we had not, basically. When the bill came, when H.R. 3 came to the committee, we were pretty well divided on how we felt about that bill. But I bring in one of my major concerns is how H.R. 3 so impacts the private sector. I think we have well, if I had my way about it, the federal government would have never gotten involved with Medicaid and Medicare. I'll state that as a premise. But now we're involved in it. So therefore, what we want is the best you can possibly get in those programs. So I see my job here is, how do we make any program that we're funding that we can't get rid of as good as it can be? So I'm very much in favor of the transparency part of what we have in H.R. 19. I want to get away from giving total power to the Secretary of the Departments. I was very much opposed to the Jayapal amendment because that's what it's doing, and that's what H.R. 3 does. I mean, you know, we've been hearing a lot about we don't have kings in this country, you know. Well, we'd have a drug czar for sure if we gave that kind of authority to these secretaries to set prices. And I agree, it's not negotiation. And I say all the time, we are the greatest country in the world because of the rule of law, because of our Judeo-Christian background, and capitalism. And when we start messing with those things, we are messing with the foundations of our country. And that's when we start really causing problems. And the H.R. 3 really messes with competition.
Let me ask all of you one final question, and I'd certainly go right now and respond. I mean, the thing that disturbs me the most, I think, about H.R. 3 are these reports we get from CBO, from economic advisors, from private groups that it's going to make, we'll have 38 cures or 100 cures or whatever the number is. I haven't found anybody that said we're going to get more cures out of H.R. 3. I found a whole group of people that said we're going to get less. And, you know, and I had the good fortune to chair as a ranking member of the Labor 8 Subcommittee on Appropriations, one of the places we've come together is to spend a whole lot of money at NIH on a regular basis, not just a one-shot deal, but, and I know you're trying to do this too, because we think that really makes a difference. You know, I look at Alzheimer's where we've quadrupled the funding in the last 4 years because that bill cost us that disease, excuse me, cost us $277 billion a year looking after it. Now, there's all kinds of human reasons to be for it, but if you could even find something that lowered or delayed the onset of the disease by 5 years, you'd save 42% of the cost because it tends to come later in life. Obviously, we want to do better. We want to cure. You know, why would we get a system, particularly in this period of time where we seem to have an extraordinary confluence of events in biomedical research where we are on the cusp, as I think one of you said, over and over, of coming through some really revolutionary things. And we all have anecdotal evidence, as my friends mentioned, of people who are alive today because we have a robust biomedical sector that's doing extraordinary things at the very cutting edge and in partnership with the NIH, but certainly not the NIH by itself. So, you know, to me, that's a fundamental flaw in the bill. And can anybody reassure me? No, we won't.
Can I respond
lose.
to
Yeah,
it?
certainly.
I'll try to be brief.
You know, reassure me that we're not going to lose cures here, because I haven't found anybody that said, oh, do HR 3 and you're going to have more medicines for more people and more cures. I found lots of people saying the opposite. Mr. Chairman.
Well, first, I don't believe that, and if you, and I know you listened to what Secretary, my colleague Shalala said. I mean, the bottom line is that we're taking a significant part of the savings from this bill that the CBA says scores and putting more money to NIH. And as Ms. Shalala said, the bottom line is that so much of the actual research that actually does lead to innovation actually comes from NIH. And I do think that the drug companies exaggerate in many ways how much money they actually put into it. Look, there's always going to have to be a balance. You know, the drug companies can come to us and say, look, we should be able to charge whatever we can because then we'll have unlimited amount of money to find new cures. But then at the same time, that means that people don't have access to the drugs because the price is too high. So you have to balance it. I mean, the CBO, I think, said maybe 8 new drugs might not be developed. Keep in mind again that we're this, how many?
38.
30 was the
No, that's
was
today.
the council.
38 over 20 years.
All right, whatever, over 20 years. Look, remember, we're not even talking about that many drugs here. We're talking about 250, right? And these are the ones that have the highest prices and the biggest problem in terms of, raising the costs and raising their profits and all that. And we're talking about the ones for which there is no competition. That's why I guess we often have this debate on everything about capitalism and socialism and all that. I mean, I'm a capitalist. I believe in a market system. But the bottom line is these are the drugs for which there is no competition. The very nature is that they're exclusive. They have a patent. There's no competition. So how are we supposed to bring the cost down unless we have some kind of competitive thing, which is what I think negotiation is all about? Can I tell you that that some company might not decide to develop something? But there's so many factors that go into that. It's not just what the price is. There's a lot of different factors that make a company decide whether they want to put something on the market. How many people are going to use it? Whether it's for a very small group of people. There's so many factors. You can't let the drug companies say to you that, well, don't do negotiated prices and don't bring that up the cost because somehow, somewhere, there's going to be a drug that's not developed. There has to be a balance, and the balance is so skewed now towards pharma and their ability to say, to control this because they have exclusivity and there's no competition. That's the problem.
Mr. Wallen has been chomping at the bit over there.
Okay, Mr. Chairman, thank you.
Thank you, my friend.
And I need you all to stop chomping at the bit so much so we can move on.
Understood. I'll be brief. CNBC just posted a story about an hour ago about meetings that took place in Speaker Pelosi's office with venture capitalists who came in and said, we're the ones who invest in these new startups, and you have a problem with your bill. And they did that back in October 29th. And they then issued a statement that said that the Pelosi bill, H.R. 3, would, and I quote, lead to immediate decrease in capital available for early-stage life science companies, close quote. These are the people that do the investing. And what you need to know is these small biotech startups lead in 7 of 10 trials. This is where innovation comes from. The people who fund that are telling the speaker, your bill is going to diminish our investment in these biotech startups, and some members who were in those meetings are reported not by name saying, oh, you brought us a new perspective here. Look, H.R. 3 puts a target, not on the back of these biotech startups who are innovating, but right between their eyes. You take away 65% of revenue, 95% of revenue in 270 days, you might as well put a bullet between their eyes.
I think it's a Sophie's choice, and I sure hope we don't put ourselves in the place of that. That's playing God with these things.
That's it. Unless somebody else wants to respond, you've been very generous with the time as chairman, and thank you very much.
Can I just
certainly yield back?
Just very, very briefly.
Oh, certainly,
The bill lowers drug prices. That's what it does. And people who are trying to squeeze people for every dime they can get out of them don't like it.
Well, it
doesn't
also
come as
will
a surprise.
reduce the number of drugs we have. I mean, the estimate of 38, by the way, would be like 10% of the drugs coming on the market in the next decade. And nobody knows, it's Russian roulette as to whether that would be a really, that's the one that gets Alzheimer's or stage 4 pancreatic cancer. So there's real risk here. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Yield back.
I'm going to yield some of my time to Ms. Shalala again, if she has added.
A quick question. Doesn't the Orphan Drug Act still prevail here? So the discounts and the tax breaks under, and the exclusivity under the or that would cover a lot of the small drugs that we're talking about. Is that correct?
Absolutely. And look, the bottom line is, you can argue all you want about how, I need more money to develop this drug. I mean, every pharmaceutical company is going to come in and say that. But you have to decide, and that's what we're trying to do in H.R. 3, where are we going to draw the line? Where are we going to say, we're just going to take, every time you come in and scream and say, I want more money, otherwise I'm not going to develop the drug. You have to balance that with, what does it mean? I mean, what's the use of developing a drug if the person can't buy it? There's no point. I mean, and that's what we're faced with is people just can't afford these drugs. And so it's great that you develop a drug and then nobody can afford to pay for it. How does that accomplish anything?
Mr. Neal?
That's the problem. You've got to be able to afford innovation.
Are you finished, Ms. Shalala?
I am. I will put in the record the life expectancy numbers for all of the countries we've mentioned.
Without objection.
Compared to the United States.
All right. Mr. Pallone, you, in your initial remarks, said that CBO estimates $500 billion in savings.
Mr. Chairman, the figure for the government is 450.
Okay, 450.
Then there's other money that's the commercial, right?
Yeah, a whole lot of money, and what you would hope that money would be plowed back into vision, hearing, and
research and community health centers.
How soon, if at all, did CBO estimate that any of those savings would be available for that purpose?
Well, essentially, it dovetails pretty much with when the bill takes effect. So in other words, I think that if the bill were, signed into law today, the program goes into effect in, is it 22? In 2022. And then within maybe a year or so, you would start to get a kick in for these benefits for those programs.
All right. Mr. Walden, does H.R. 19 have similar savings?
We're awaiting a CBO score. We only got the CBO score on the underlying.
Did you have scores on some of the?
We have significant savings, but for us, it's about how do you lower drug costs and still have cures. So no, and at the pharmacy counter. We do cap for seniors in Medicare Part D. They'll never spend more than $3,100 a year now. They don't have that protection under the existing program. And for seniors with diabetes on insulin, they'd never pay more than $50. And so we have provisions we think will be very significant for seniors, and the smoothing part of the process as well, where let's say you had a $3,000 drug cost for the year, but you get your medicine early on or whatever, you could pay that over time, so you wouldn't have to come up with $3,000 right away, which is something seniors have told us would be helpful.
All right. One of the things, it's a total aside, but it points out the ideologies that exist in this fabulous institution with fabulous individuals serving here on rotation basis. People come and go, and many of the problems remain intractable. But I find it interesting that I didn't hear a whole whale of a lot of voices in this institution crying out about the fires in Brazil and Congo. And I raise that only for the reason that a significant portion of medicine, particularly in the rainforest, comes from those areas. And we need to pay attention to those kinds of things, both at home and abroad. Those of you that are older, as am I, would remember a period when we didn't have the luxury of many of the medicines that we have today. And it was not uncommon for my grandmama to say, go out there and pull this plant and brew it and do anything from earaches to mumps and the whole 9 yards that came right out of our backyard where there was substantial woods. We didn't call it forest in those days. But anyway, I do want to share with you that there is another world out there that Congress doesn't have anything to do with, and I didn't know as much about it until I was diagnosed in October of last year with pancreatic cancer, stage 4. What I do know is that 5 years ago, myself and anybody else with pancreatic cancer would be dead. Therefore, the value of the drugs that have been developed has produced at least a year of life for me, with some misery having to go through the process. But in going through that process, I discovered several things. Over the Memorial Day holiday, I was urged to get straight to the hospital because I had a bacteria in my bloodstream that didn't come from pancreatic cancer. I had to go to the emergency room at Lombardi or Georgetown, where I'm being treated. And it took from 7 o'clock in the morning to 3 a.m. Before they were able to provide a bed for me. One of the things that most of us don't know is a significant number of homeless people who are not ill, maybe psychiatrically but physically they're not having difficulties, and they come to the emergency room. And they do that all over the nation, I've learned. And it has created a problem that I'm surprised that has not been raised when we talk about homeless veterans and other situations. That's just something I just wanted to share with you all as we go forward as legislators. The other thing is, on Friday and Saturday, I participated in a symposium put on by the Rush Center that is associated with the Lombardi Cancer Center. And I'm proud of the extraordinary work that these centers produce. Ms. Shalala earlier talked about the universities that she admirably participated in their activities in research, and all over the nation, a lot of researchers are going on that doesn't have anything to do with the United States government funding. A lot of them are public-private. A lot of them are nonprofit organizations that are interested in doing much of the same kinds of things. And we need to try to corral some of that energy that's out there. I can personally attest to the extraordinary work that NIH does. And when I hear members here, and I've heard several over the course of the time that I'm here, not in regards to H.R. 3, but I have heard people talk about cutting NIH. And cutting, it alarms me when I hear people talk about cutting the Center for Disease Control. That's crazy. You know, all I can say is you should visit the Center for Disease Control. And when we shut down the government, you would be amazed at what transpired. That was during the Zika virus and several other things that were ongoing. And there are more viruses to come. There are more medicines that are going to run their course. I learned that this weekend, that you can be on a cancer treatment drug and it's going along real fine, and all of a sudden the drug has done its mutation. I mean, the cancer has done its mutation and the drug is no longer effective. So you have to switch off to another drug. I won't carry on, but there are things to be learned beyond what we do here in our jaw-jacking at each other. And we need to be about that business of trying to corral some of the wealth of information that is coming from the private sector in that regard. Mr. Pallone?
I don't want to, I'll try not to talk too long, but you know, what you point
I'll
out,
stop you, Frank.
what you point out to me, Mr. Chairman, is that, and I want you to understand that all of us that are involved in healthcare, our three committees, all of you, you know, we're very much, I love this is why I don't like to have fights with Virginia Fox over ideology, because I really love the way our country operates, where there's so many different things, you know, happening. You know, you talk about research, it's not just at the federal level, it's at the state level, it's private money that's nonprofit. There's so many things. And none of us want to, you know, cut back on any of that, eliminate innovation. You know, I've had this conversation, and my mother passed away from pancreatic cancer. And I mentioned Billy Tozan, who, you know, has survived now, I don't know how many years, right, through innovation and different things.
9 years.
Right. I mean, there's no way for us to exactly know, you know, whether biopharma's right or whether, you know, Mr. Kohler's right or I'm right. I just want everyone to understand that when we put this bill together, we were conscious of innovation. We were conscious of protecting the private sector. We don't want to move towards a socialist system. But at the same time, you have to think about the cost, because in our society, if you don't have the money to pay for things, oftentimes that access is simply not available to you. So I just want to associate myself with your remarks, as I know what you went through. I went through it with my mom. But the bottom line is you have to have a balance. There has to be a balance between innovation and how much companies are making, and at the same time the research and how much is being charged. Otherwise, you know, this wonderful country that we live in and the way we operate won't be able to survive and do the things that make us great.
Yeah, and I appreciate all of your concerns and prayers for me, and I'll keep battling. Okay, Ms. Torres? Excuse me. Oh, I didn't see you, Jim. No. Oh, okay. Yeah. No, they wanted to switch. Yeah. But
Yeah, thank you for, so I just want to let everybody know that we're going to have a series of 8 votes coming up soon, and I'm not sure we can finish everything before it comes up, but I would encourage us to be succinct and the panelists to respond as briefly as possible so we can get as many people in. So Mr. Burgess, Dr. Burgess.
Very well, and I'll be mindful of that. I obviously get to talk about this a lot tomorrow on the floor, so I'm looking forward to that. But
thank you.
I apologize, I don't have the paper in front of me, but I'm having it printed, and I do have the paper in front of me. And I would like to ask that this be submitted to the record. This is an article from the Lancet. It's a large global surveillance of cancer survival worldwide, and just some of the comparative survival rates are interesting. 5-year breast cancer survival, United Kingdom 81%, the United States 88.6%. colon cancer, United Kingdom, 53.8%, United States, 64.7%. For lung cancer, United Kingdom, 9.6%, the United States, 18.7%. These figures are a few years old. I dare say it would be better today. And I realize this is multifactorial. There are differences in the system of administering care, but still it underscores the difference when you've got the availability of the newest biopharmaceutical agents. It is going to accrue to the benefit of your population. Now, Mr. Walden, you and I have spent a lot of time with this in the committee. We've, over the past several years, done several hearings. One of the things I think we learned, especially during our study for cures for the 21st century, a lot of great stuff is developed at NIH, and we're grateful for the appropriations that come from Mr. Cole's subcommittee. But there is also a part of this that cannot be done at the level of the National Institute of Health, and that's the very large phase 2 and phase 3 clinical trials, which we have learned during our study of cures may take, 10, 14 years' time. We tried to condense that some. I don't know how successful we've been, but that's a laudable goal. But it takes a long time. It takes $1 billion or more to get through that process. And as we say in Texas, there's a lot of dry wells that you drill along the way. And all of those, of course, still continue to cost money. So we do have to be careful about that. Entire ecosystem is one that is easily disrupted. I also want to ask that if we could, to make part of the record, and I have a list here, I believe it was prepared by our committee when we were doing the debate for H.R. 3, and this is the availability of medicines in the reference countries for H.R. 3, that being Australia, Canada, Japan, Great Britain. So here's the medicines that are currently unavailable in all of the reference countries: lymphoma, bladder cancer, follicular lymphoma, acute myeloid leukemia, dendritic cell cancers, Duchenne muscular dystrophy, and it goes on down the list. Well, these are things that are available in none of those other countries that are available to America's patients. Now, I've got then the further breakdown of what's Canada, what's Japan, what's Great Britain. And again, Mr. Chairman, I would ask unanimous consent
Without
to
objection.
make this list part of the record, because I found it insightful when we were doing our work on H.R. 3. I think one of the things that I have learned in my brief time here, and it's not as substantial as some of the other members up here on the dais or in the witness table in front of us, we can do some big things in the United States House of Representatives, and occasionally we get the attention of the Senate, and really big things can happen and go down to the White House for a signature. I always hearken back to the reform of a Medicare formula. It was very difficult, took me 13 years, but eventually it was a big bipartisan bill. I think it's important to have big bipartisan bills when you do that kind of public policy, because as I've learned, as you go through the agency process, things can change, and it is important to keep watch on how the agency evolves these things. But it's also easier to, if you need a legislative remedy, if you've got people who are invested in the product, it becomes more straightforward to do that. I can also think of big pieces of legislation that we've done that were entirely done of one party, and we're as guilty as the other side. But those are not, they might be enduring, but it is always a constant battle. You complain because we won't help you fix the problems that were in this big partisan bill that you passed, and then we complain that you won't help us try to fix some problems that are a big partisan bill that we passed. But look, the bottom line is if you want it to be enduring and successful and deliver for the American people, it does need to be bipartisan. And that's why what you've done with H.R. 19 is, in the short period of time that it took to bring that together, I mean, it's really a remarkable product, because every section in it is both Republican and Democrat. And some of it, I think, is bicameral. Is that not correct? So if your vision is a signing ceremony, it seems like this would be the kind of vehicle you would want to embrace. If your vision is a partisan victory and maybe a campaign commercial or two, and then a veto, you know what to do. But I would just argue that it is going to be, on the whole, better for our country that we would pay some attention to this bipartisan, bicameral product. Look, I had an amendment, we marked up HR 3 in the committee. I had an amendment to a point-of-sale rebate for insulin. When the customer goes and picks up their product, the rebate, instead of going to the damn PBM or going to the insurance company, goes to the patient. Why wouldn't we want that? Because the poor patient is the one who's been suffering in this exchange. That amendment failed on a party line vote in committee. I understand, I get it. I understand why that would have been the requirement. The damaging thing is that since it wasn't bipartisan, Ranking Member Walden could not include that in the product that we have in front of us, even though I think all of us would look at that and say, that's probably a pretty good idea, and we'd like to see more of that type of thinking. And I get it. It couldn't be part of the package. I'm not going to offer it as an amendment today because that would be disruptive. And bottom line is it wasn't bipartisan when it came out of the committee, and it couldn't be included. But that's the kind of work product that HR 19 represents in front of us. So Mr. Pallone got his amendment in the nature of a substitute back in 2003. I was here when we stayed up till 5 o'clock in the morning with that vote. I'll never forget it. One of the first votes that I saw as a brand new member of Congress. We need to have that ability to offer HR 19 as an amendment in the nature of a substitute. It is only reasonable. And again, if you don't do that, you're going to pass a partisan bill. God help us if it were to become law. It's not. And if your object is that you want to be successful, Mr. Walden, Mr. Brady, Virginia Fox are giving you a pathway forward. I think it would be wise to accept it. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Again, I get to talk about this a lot tomorrow.
Thank you
I
very much.
appreciate the time, and I'll yield back.
Thank you. Ms. Torres.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I want to say that I'm also a capitalist, but I am also a ratepayer and a taxpayer. And while I have health insurance that has a copay when I'm in California and lucky enough to be able to visit with my doctor, I can pay a copay for my medicine. When I'm in DC and I pay that additional premium to be able to see the Capitol doctor, I pay for my medicine in cash or credit. So I had no idea until I became a member of Congress that an inhaler for asthma costs $72. It's a lot of money to be able to breathe. So I would like a little breathing room when it comes to prescription drugs. Thank you again, Mr. Chairman, and thank you all, for your work on this. Most of all, I want to thank Speaker Pelosi, Chairman Pallone, Chairman Neal, and Chairman Scott. Chairman Scott, I know that, you have been leading. I've seen the letters that you have written on this issue, and I really appreciate your work and participation on this. I want to specifically call out to your staff, Chairman Pallone, for giving us so much information and background as I needed information to move forward with a town hall in my community over this bill and be able to present the facts and information as has been provided. So thank your staff for me for that. Healthcare and affordable medication, should not be considered a privilege for the few that can't afford to breathe, like myself. In the richest and most powerful nation on earth, there is no excuse for senior citizens, to go hungry, to have to go hungry, because they have to choose between buying medication or paying for food. And in the richest and most powerful nation on earth, there is no excuse for young people to ration their insulin so that they can pay rent or buy books. And in the richest and most powerful nation on earth, the price of insulin has more than doubled since 2012. And those price hikes have come at a very, very high cost. They've cost a lot of people their lives. And all you have to do is ask, members probably of your own family, people like Megan Carter, a type 1 diabetic who died alone on her couch last Christmas from insufficient insulin. Megan was not a lazy person who went without a job. She was a nurse, and she was in between jobs. So unfortunately, she did not have insurance. She had $50 in her bank account, and she could not afford to buy the insulin that she needed to survive. She was going to start a new job the following week, but her insulin ran out that day, the day that she died. Megan wasn't a victim of bad timing. She was a victim of a system that allows Americans to pay far more for their medication, sometimes up to 67% more than any other country in the world. And we have an opportunity to change that with this bill. H.R. 3 will lower the cost of medication for American seniors and their families. This legislation gives the Secretary of Health and Human Services the opportunity to negotiate drug prices for up to 250 drugs. Seniors under Medicare and people on private insurance will be able to access those low prices. And to ensure that these are real price reductions, H.R. 3 creates an international price index to guarantee that Americans are paying comparable prices to other developed nations. And with these reductions, the average American family is expected to save $1,920 in lower premiums and out-of-pocket costs over a 1 year. Out-of-pocket costs are capped at $2,000 also for some. Sadly, in comparison, the Republican tax scam bill that we passed gave seven drug companies $34 billion, billion with a B, in tax cuts in just 1 year. Families can save $1,920 per year, while on the other hand, these companies received a $34 billion tax cut in a year. Where is the justice in that? We will use that savings from this policy to add other services that are badly needed: dental, vision, hearing benefits to Medicare. This means that seniors in my district will have an opportunity to improve their quality of life. Hearing is not an option. Vision is not an option. Dental is not an option. It is a lifeline for them. We will also use the additional savings to invest in research to find cures. And I think that that is a really critical element that we don't talk enough about. I support H.R. 3 because tackling prescription drugs is a major concern for many of my constituents. I held a town hall meeting with seniors to hear from constituents about these priorities. The biggest applause that I got was the cap of $2,000, was the fact that they actually can see light at the end of the tunnel, that we would have an opportunity to negotiate on 250 drugs. It is no surprise that since there are many stories from my district of people struggling to afford their medications, there are several stories that were shared with my office that have really struck me. August in Ontario has to take medication for her diabetes and congestive heart failure, but she lives off of $2,200 a month on Social Security. She regularly has to decide between taking her medication or paying her bills. Alex from Pomona says that the cost of his insulin has quadrupled per vial, costing him over $1,000 a month, and he cannot afford to control his blood sugar anymore. When I vote on H.R. 3, I will be thinking about Alex, August, and Megan, and every constituent out there that has reached out to my office and has made this their priority. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I yield back.
Thank you very much. There's an ongoing series of votes on the floor. Members are asked to vote, and please return after votes. Without objection, the committee stands in recess until the end of this vote series. And Mr. Neal, Mr. Scott, what? And Mr. Pallone, can I just see you in the corner home here? I mean, so you, hey,
Too much fun for him?
I guess.
so I think we're gonna, okay. All right, the Rules Committee come to order, so we want to, who hasn't asked questions yet? Mr. Morel, Mr. Perlmutter, you have questions? Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you to our panel. So my first question is for Mr. Scott. You mentioned, and Mr. Walden talked about this, that the venture capitalists had raised some concerns about what would happen under H.R. 3, but you just responded, yeah, drug prices are going to be lower. So can you expand on that for a second?
Well, if you're investing, you want to be able to make as much money as you can, and the fact of the matter is, this bill will effectively reduce drug prices. And if you're trying to make as much money as you can on your investment, you won't like that. But I think the people who are buying the drugs at the lower prices will like that, and that's our target audience.
So who is the target audience?
The people who are buying prescriptive drugs, the U.S. government who will be paying lower prices and save $500 billion on Medicare Part D. You've got people who will save money with lower premiums and lower copays. You've got businesses that will be able to buy drug benefits for the employees at a much lower cost. And the fact of the matter is that, yes, they're right. The cost for prescriptive drugs will go down if this bill passes.
And, the primary folks that are saving money at that point who aren't getting soaked are seniors and taxpayers.
Disproportionately seniors, but everybody who's got any prescriptive drugs will be benefiting. That is disproportionately seniors.
Now, Mrs. Fox, who isn't here yet, but she talked about capitalism, Judeo-Christian values, and the Constitution or something. But in my opinion, one of the things that is fundamental to America is the ability to negotiate.
Well, if you're not able to negotiate, whoever's selling just sets the price, and it's not even take it or leave it. You gotta do it. You don't have much choice when you're buying prescriptive drugs, and they just set the price. That's what you got to pay. And I frankly frequently wonder how a provision like that got in the bill. I mean, who was for it?
Well, and so probably those same venture capitalists. And I don't, begrudge them wanting to make money, but I don't begrudge anybody wanting to negotiate lower prices, especially the country.
Well, it was pointed out that the VA gets to, I think the gentleman from Maryland pointed out the VA gets to negotiate, Medicaid gets to negotiate, big corporations get to negotiate, everybody gets to negotiate except Medicare. Not just how that provision got in the bill, I don't know. I don't know who would vote for such a provision.
Well, just a couple more.
Why?
Just a couple more points, because it came up about socialized medicine, that this would be socializing medicine. But Congressman Hastings and I were talking about a tremendous, what appears to be a tremendous breakthrough on pancreatic cancer treatment. Something that they modify molecules and it could potentially eliminate pancreatic cancer within 14 days. And that was discovered in Israel, which has socialized medicine. Totally, far more than we could ever even imagine. At the same time, here in America, we have a major drug company, Pfizer, that seems to be on the verge of some kind of Alzheimer's breakthrough, and they choose to get out of the research into Alzheimer's. Am I mistaken on that?
No, you're not.
So, this isn't a one-size-fits-all where socialized medicine, you don't find cures, and this kind of system, you do find cures, because it goes both ways. And Mr. Walden, Mr. Brady, Ms. Fox, you're my friends. I have the deepest respect for you all. But I felt like coming in here, I was getting talking points. Like, this bill has zero chance in the Senate. Okay, you know what we heard that on? See that bill right there? Right there, that's big stack of papers, NDAA. That had no chance of getting past the Senate. 70% of that is the House mark, which includes payment for parental leave, housing, GI Bill, for us in Colorado and across the country, benefits for the nuclear workers. As recently as last week, we were told we needed to recede to the Senate version because we weren't going to get the House bill. So to my friends, this bill probably has more than zero chance. There'll be negotiation between us and the Senate. And as to the most unproductive Congress ever, which I think were your terms, Mr. Brady?
No, but I would go with that one.
Well, I'll just, you know what, I'm happy to go with that with you.
Associate myself with your remarks.
You associate yourself with your own remarks, and I think that's good. I appreciate that. That's why you're a friend of mine.
We are.
But we're sitting there with 275 bills today sitting on Mitch McConnell's desk that are bipartisan in nature, which then brings me to my last point. Although I did want to ask you about eyelash extensions. Is in this bill there something about eyelash extensions? You mentioned eyelash extensions.
Yeah, in a serious answer.
Is there something in the bill about eyelash extensions?
So,
yes,
according to the
no?
witnesses in our hearings, their point was that
I know,
that
but my
while
question
research,
is, in the bill, is there anything about eyelash extensions, or was that just sort of rhetoric?
it was a reference to the point that H.R. 3 incentivizes more Me Too, less risky and cheaper drugs than it does, and the Me Too's can be cosmetic drugs, than it is for the high-risk, small population, the Alzheimer's, the ALS, the ones we want.
And I kind of understood that, but I also heard you use specifically eyelash extensions.
So, in a
There
reference
is nothing in the bill
shouldn't we-
about eyelash extensions, is there?
Lord, I'll probably lose my seat by admitting this.
No, there's not.
It's a reference to the dangers of encouraging Me
All
Too
right,
drugs over serious drugs.
I hear you, and that was my point about socialized medicine in Israel coming up with something that appears to be almost a miracle with respect to pancreatic cancer in a socialized setting. And so I'll just move on to a point I have for
Can
for
I make
Mr.
a
Walden.
point here? A genuine worry of ours. There is no denial there will be less dollars invested in cures from H.R. 3. According to the Congressional Budget Office, that could be up to $1 trillion.
And
So-
it could be totally offset by money coming from this to go to the NIH that finds these
No.
very
No,
cures
actually-
that you're concerned about.
The score that we got today says just the opposite. that funding and research will have a modest impact on any of this. The opposite of what you say. Here's my point.
Okay.
So that $1 trillion, put it in real terms, that's the equivalent of us zeroing out the National Institutes of Health for a quarter of a century. If anyone says that won't have claims, that won't have an effect on new drugs in the future, I just challenge that. Our biggest worry is that I think we need to do both. Lower drug prices because the behaviors that are described by companies is unacceptable, but we have to do it in a way we encourage more cures. That's our main point.
All right. And to Mr. Walden, and then I'll finish up. You've said this is a bipartisan bill, but when I just took a look, there's like 111 co-sponsors, all Republicans. Yeah. So at this point, at least in terms of sponsorship, it's not bipartisan, but it's kind of things put together over that
Yes.
at one point were bipartisan and pulled into this
Correct.
piece of legislation.
Correct, indeed. That's exactly right. I did not mean to reference that it has a bunch of co-sponsors that are Democrats, although you're all, I would encourage you to read the bill, and I think you'd find there's nothing in here you should oppose, probably. You might want more, you might want other things, but these should not be mutually exclusive. And that's why I hope, I beg of you, that you give us the opportunity to have this as a substitute, like we had, like you all had under Medicare Part D. These are important issues for the country. And I think there are areas where we can find agreement, where we can, we should. There were things we did in the opioids legislation. I followed the same path as a chairman, where we put in the things where we could agree, and that was over 50-member bills. Republican and Democrat bills, and we moved that as H.R. 6. There were a couple items we had disagreement. We passed them in the House, but as standalone separate bills, and then we worked with the Senate and the White House to see what we could get in the final package. We're just asking for the humble opportunity.
And so I would say to my friend, and I do appreciate your cures bill was bipartisan, a number of things that you've done is bipartisan, and with Mr. Brady too, this is what kind of got my dander up. Because when he came in with the talking points, unproductive and zero chance and all the rhetorical statements, you know, that causes me to say, wait a second, you know, you want to play the partisan game, then that's possible. We certainly can do that. When on something like this, we really do need to be bipartisan. And to have to reach back to 2003 to say, I've been here a long time. I wasn't even here then. I think I was about 12.
That's unfair.
But to reach back to 2003 to say this is when we allowed you guys to do a substitute?
No, if I could, the reason I use that as an example is that was the last time we dealt with a major issue involving Medicare Part D. That was in its passage. And in that point, Mr. Pallone was here arguing for what we're arguing for, which is, I assume there have been other substitutes along the way. 5 in the last Congress. I just point to that because that's the one I'm familiar with and because he's here at the table, and I thought that would be a stronger argument for me to make.
All right. And
Can I ask you to yield when you're done?
it's all, yes, please, Mr. Pallone.
I just wanted to make 2 brief points. You talked about this non-interference clause. There's no question that this non-interference clause was put in a Medicare Part D because of pharma. I was there, and I know they didn't want the secretary or the government negotiating prices. That's why it was in there. They asked that it be in there. But the one thing I wanted to dispel, if I could, Mr. Perlmutter, and it goes back to what Ms. Shalala said yesterday, what's happening in the pharmaceutical industry in the last few years is that they have been developing, you know, relatively fewer drugs, but it's not because they don't have enough money. I mean, they would argue, I'm sure some of them would say that even now we need more money, and that's why we're not developing as many breakthrough drugs. There's just a lot of things that are going on in the industry. It's not because of lack of funds or lack of profits, in my opinion, and you know we can argue this all night. They're saying right now that that's the case.
Well, and I would say to my friend and to Mr. Brady, one of the promises of the big tax bill was that there would be a lot of money for pay raises, reinvestment, research, all that stuff.
Right.
And we've seen through the major drug companies buybacks of stock.
Exactly. And
To the tune of billions and billions of dollars.
Right.
As opposed to continuing with the Alzheimer's research and the like. And so I would like to see us work together on this, gentlemen, no question about it. we want to get something done like this. I think America is counting on us to allow for negotiation of drug prices, which just seems crazy that we don't.
And I also, if I could add, that, we're still talking about a lot more money that would become from the savings going to NIH, and I still believe that money in NIH and the work, the research they do is ultimately more important than anything. Now, of course, there's state money, there's private money, there's all kinds of money that relates to innovation. But I defy anybody to tell me, and I think that's, again, what Ms. Shalala was saying, that money that we have for basic research at NIH is probably the most important factor in innovation and developing new drugs. And so when we talk about using some of the savings for that, that is very important, and I don't think it should be diminished.
Could I respond just very briefly, because you raised the issue about how did this happen and the vote on the non-negotiation? In part, because I was there, CBO told us, and I will quote from their study from the time, their report to Congress, that having direct negotiation would be, quote, have a negligible effect on federal spending, close quote. We actually heard from CBO. They said it would have a negligible
This was
effect.
back in 2003?
That's correct. That was what they supplied to the committee, yes.
Okay, but today, it obviously has more than a negligible effect. It's at least $450 billion. Correct?
Yeah, because what they said is you'd have to have a formulary for it to have any, you'd have to have a formulary where innovative breakthrough drugs for seniors could be excluded due to cost reasons, where patients have no right to choose another option. They did not believe that was either medically or politically acceptable.
Back then. Okay. All right, thank you for indulging me, Mr. Chair. I yield back.
Thank you very much, and I'm going to turn to Ms. Lesko.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I don't have any questions. I think you've answered all of my questions, but I do want to agree with my Republican colleagues that I have concerns about the bill, similar concerns, and I support the substitute amendment.
Thank you, Ray. And before I turn to Mr. Rask, let me just kind of remind the panelists and people on the committee here, we have another panel and 2 more bills, and Ms. Lofgren needs to be out of here by 7. And she's the next panel. So if we can keep our questions and answers as abbreviated as possible, as fascinating as all this is, I would appreciate it, Mr. Raskin.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'll go as quickly as possible. We all agree, I hope, that there's a crisis of prescription drug prices for lots of our people. And Americans, on average, are paying 4 times more than people in other countries for the exact same prescription drugs. And as I understand it, 1/3 of the people are not taking pills or slicing their pills up or skipping their medication. That's a dangerous thing for America's families. So we've got a serious problem. Now, Mr. Pallone, you said that this is not the product of free market competition, it's the product of monopolistic practices. In fact, the current system is much better described as a form of socialism or corporate socialism where 1 or 2 corporations dictate the price to the government. Is that right?
And that's when the government steps in, when things become monopolistic. Capitalism isn't working.
All right, and Mr. Chairman, are you agreeing with that too, that this is all about trying to establish a real market relationship, Mr. Scott?
Well, that's what, when you negotiate, that's what you can't do not, I don't know what kind of system it is where a corporation just dictate the price and that's what you got to pay.
That sounds like socialism to me. In other words, it sounds like the current system is corporate socialism and we're trying to inject a market principle. Now, one of the witnesses, I think it was Mr. Walden, invoked the phrase the innovator community. I represent a big chunk of the innovator community because I represent NIH in beautiful Bethesda, Maryland, in the 8th Congressional District. So I've got thousands and thousands of scientists, researchers, doctors, and so on. And I recently came across this study that was published in the Proceedings of the National Academy of the Sciences saying, a new study makes a strong case for the importance of government support for basic research. Federally funded studies at NIH contributed to the science that underlies every single one of the 210 new drugs approved between 2010 and 2016. Now, that's an investment of the taxpayers, an investment of the state. And so I'm wondering, for those who are invoking the language of market fundamentalism or capitalism, is it wrong for the people of America to be making an investment in basic scientific research that goes for the innovation of new medical products and scientific breakthroughs that allow for the companies to go ahead and develop new medicines?
Mr. Raskin, there's no question. I think we all agree NIH's role is critical. I think in a bipartisan way, we've continued to work hard. Thank you, Mr. Cole.
So you don't think that's inconsistent with what you call capitalism?
Yes, but here's the point.
Or it is inconsistent with it, or it's not?
Can I make a point?
Yeah.
Name a drug NIH has brought to market.
I'm sorry. Well, of course they don't do that. They're not in the business of that.
Thank you very much.
That's not their business.
Yeah, here's my point.
Well, the businesses are very great.
Every dollar NIH spends on that basic research, private sector spends
But you're making my point. All
dollar.
you're saying is that the taxpayers invest in the medical research for the scientific breakthroughs, and the profits are made by the prescription drug companies. I'm not saying they don't do anything, because they do conduct the trials. But none of this would be happening without the taxpayers. So we're paying twice. We put our money.
None of this would be happening without private sector people.
Okay, then there's a collaboration.
Billions of dollars.
Then you agree there's a
this.
collaboration. In other words, it would not be happening without the taxpayers' investment.
But I have to tell you, your description of this as corporate socialism is nonsensical.
Leave that aside for a second. What about the investment of the taxpayers? Do you think that's appropriate or not?
For taxpayers,
we are investing in medical breakthroughs and scientific research.
Is that at risk? Does anyone disagree with that?
You were saying that, but I thought your argument was the government should stay out of it. But the government is in it.
No, our argument is that if you cut $1 trillion from the private sector R&D, that we will suffer real consequences.
Forgive me. Mr. Warren, let me go to you. You said you thought, I don't know, I'm just learning this stuff, and it's fascinating to me, but there's something I know about, which is constitutional law. You said, I think, that it would be a taking of private property or a deprivation of due process property rights for the government to negotiate for lower prescription drug prices in Medicare. And I just want to know, do you
put
believe...
a whole bunch of words in my mouth. Let me just go back to what I said.
Okay.
Which is the Congressional Research Service informed the committee that this could be an issue under the Fifth and Eighth Amendments.
Really? Okay.
I'm not a constitutional lawyer.
Okay, well, I would love to see that, because...
I would welcome you to read it.
Okay.
It's Congressional Research Service, available online. It's publicly available.
Okay,
Get it to your office.
because that would mean that when we are negotiating for lower prescription drug prices in the VA program, in Medicaid, that we are violating the Constitution, which sounds deranged to me, that somebody would think...
It to an extreme.
That's not
But it's the exact same principle. How does that principle differ?
When you take 95% of a company's revenue, if they don't agree to the price you set, they believe that might exceed the penalties and be considered a takings as well. We do have patent law.
Okay, I'll be interested to get that
Innovators do get
citation.
the opportunity to innovate and invent and get a return on their investment. Do you want to take every patent away? Is that what you're saying? You shouldn't have patent rights? You shouldn't be able to market?
Not at all. No, not at all.
But that's what your bill does, because if you don't agree to the price the government wants, the government can take 95% of your revenues.
Could I ask you to yield this second?
Okay, I'm going to yield to Mr. Plone to answer that. We'll answer your question, Mr. Plone.
He's trying to make an argument, this is confiscatory, that's his argument. But it's just not true. Look,
was asked about
the bottom line...
Could you clarify it, Mr. Plone?
One at a time. Because
Yes.
the
reason is...
stenographer is trying to type this down.
He's trying to, Mr. Walden is trying to make an argument, it's confiscatory, and the idea being that, you're taking away a private property right. But the bottom line is the way this bill is set up, that's not the case. We're not setting the price. We are doing a capitalist intervention, if you will, to say that we're going to negotiate the price. And part of that negotiation, a big part of it, is that the secretary is going to look at what kind of profit and to what extent you're going to be able to do innovation with the money that you get. That's part of this. I mean, right now, if this were the law, and you had Azar doing it, he's going to very much look into the whole issue of how much profit you're going to make, how much money you're going to have for innovation.
You can't do that.
Yes, it does.
No, within 270 days and not agree.
Well, that's because we have look.
That's your club.
We have to have a club, otherwise you don't.
Not the profits.
You won't come to the table.
Excuse me. The stenographer cannot take...
I'm sorry. Well, let me just speak brief. I'll be brief. You have to have a club in order to bring the company to the table. Otherwise, they're not going to come because, again, we're not setting the price. We're having a negotiation. But the thing I wanted to say, Mr. Raskin, is that when I was trying to make the point that the money that goes to the NIH, in my opinion, is even more important than the money. Because remember, the NIH is doing the basic research. The companies come in and they take that research. I mean, this is a general thing. And they basically see how we can use that to create some drug that we're going to make a profit on.
That's right.
Right? So their profit motive, right? So all I'm saying is, if we're now increasing the amount of money that's going to NIH, I think the end result of this legislation is that there's going to be more innovation, not less, because that basic research is ultimately more important than the company that comes in and says, oh, can I make something that sells? That's my only point.
And I would just close with a couple of thoughts about that, because the American people have made a massive and important and substantial investment in scientific research and in the development of new medicine. And I think that any of the companies we're talking about would gladly assent to that. They would agree to it, that they, here this study shows that 100% of the new medicines that were adopted or that were discovered in a certain period had used medical and basic scientific research that came from NIH. The people are investing in it. So I understand Mr. Scott and Mr. Malone to be saying, okay, then if that's the case, if this is a partnership between the people's investment and the private profit motive, then let's not push a good joke too far. There's staggering profits going on, and there are people who cannot afford their insulin. So let's make it possible for Americans to purchase the exact same prescription drugs at the rate that people are buying them in Canada and UK and France and so on. Now, why do we need to throw around a label there that if you believe in that, you're a socialist? That's like saying, it seemed to me that it started off with
you said that.
No, it started off with an attack on Pramila Jayapal and her socialism and et cetera. I mean, we don't need to go back to it. I'm not making this up. But I would say that if you've got to use the word socialist, that's a better characterization of the current system where companies dictate prices to the government. That is corporate socialism. What you're talking about is injecting the market principle in negotiation for lower prescription drug prices that will benefit everybody, the creation of more money that we can reinvest in scientific and medical research. And my friend Ms. Fox is in here, but I wanted to read a quote, and maybe one of her colleagues on the GOP side would care to take the challenge I was going to offer her, because she's my buddy. And I wanted to see if you could guess who wrote this. People of the same trade seldom meet together, even for merriment and diversion, but the conversation ends in a conspiracy against the public or in some contrivance to raise prices. Anybody? No, it's from The Wealth of Nations by Adam Smith. And Adam Smith thought that the market principle was a great way to conduct business, but he thought it was very important, especially if you read the theory of moral sentiments, for the government to be able to regulate in the public interest. So we shouldn't go for this rhetoric of this market sovereignty and hegemony over everything. But in truth, what's happening here is the injection, the infusion of a market principle into a place where certain people got so much power, certain corporations got so much power that somehow, according to Mr. Scott, they were able to influence legislation to the point where a rider was stuck into some bill someplace, and we've lost it's cost us hundreds of billions of dollars. Because we can't do in the Medicare program what we can do in the Medicaid program, what we can do in the VA benefit program, which is simply to negotiate. That sounds like real Adam Smith stuff to me. Negotiation, a real market, not people dictating prices to other people. I yield back.
Thank you very much. Anybody else? Mr. Morelli?
No, as fascinating as I find all this, and I do in a transparent effort to curry favor with the committee chair, I'm going to pass.
All right, thank you very much, Mr. DeSaulnier. Good, I appreciate it very much. Thank you very much. I appreciate all, any other questions of the panel? Thank you.
Could I make one comment?
Briefly, yes.
Yeah, we've heard the number, $1 trillion lost in research.
Right.
The estimates are $500 billion over 10 years, total revenue reduction. And I don't know how you get to $1 trillion, and very little of that is going actually to research.
Right.
And so I don't know where that number comes from.
Thank you.
Congressional Budget Office.
Thank you very much. And I want to thank my witnesses for being here today. Please leave anything that you would like inserted in the record with our stenographer. You're now dismissed. I'd like to call our next panel, Ms. Wild, Mr. Doggett, Mr. Titus. Yeah. And while they're coming up, without objection, I'd like to submit, I would like to submit for the record a statement from Mr. Cardenas in support of his amendment to H.R. 3. Mr.
Wait until.
All right. Yeah, there you go.
All right.
Mr. Doggett, we'll begin with either one, Mr. Titus, either one. We appreciate your being here. Anything you have in writing, you can leave and summarize your remarks. We appreciate you being here.
Well, thank you. Ordinarily, I would certainly yield to Mr. Doggett, and I thank him for his leadership on this, but he's going to let me go first because I'm quick.
Okay.
Before I start.
There's other green lights on.
Okay. Before I start commenting on these three amendments, though, I'd like to say to Mr. Perlmutter, given the nature of my district in Las Vegas, if it had something about eyelash extenders in here, I might be more supportive. Okay. I'm a co-sponsor of three amendments to this bill: the uninsured amendment, the non-interference clause sunset amendment, and the increased minimum numbers of drugs amendment. I'd like to speak to the uninsured amendment because it has a direct impact on my district. If you take the current form that H.R. 3 is in, it does take very important steps to lower prices for those who are enrolled in Medicare or private health care plans. However, it doesn't shield those without any insurance who are going to be forced to pay exorbitantly high prices. Obviously, they can't afford that, or they probably have bought insurance. This is particularly a problem in Nevada, where nearly 400,000 residents still do not have health coverage. And if you look at the population of District 1, which is the heart of the Las Vegas Valley, there are over 115,000 people there without insurance. So I fear that if you don't include them in this bill, that many of the people who are the most in need will be the ones who will have to pay the highest prices for these life-saving prescriptions. And I think that's really just unacceptable, because we know, as was mentioned earlier, many of these people either don't take their medicine or they ration their medicine because they can't afford it. I voted for the Affordable Care Act 10 years ago. It put health care into the reach of millions. We expanded Medicare in Nevada, Medicaid in Nevada. Many people were added to the rolls. We're almost always at the top of the list for the number who are uninsured, because a lot of transiency and a lot of part-time jobs. But I think that this would go a long way to helping those people. And I would point out that this amendment's also been endorsed by Communication Workers of America, Indivisible, Public Citizen, Social Security Works, and the Progressive Caucus. So I would urge you to consider this and expand it to include those 30 million uninsured Americans who need their medicine just as much as anybody else and can less afford to pay for it. I thank you.
Doggett?
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman and members. Probably not unlike a few other.
Is your mic on?
A few other bills that have come through this committee. This proposal is neither as spectacular as its proponents claim, certainly not as wretched as its opponents claim. It is a very narrow negotiation bill. And if you have diabetes and you are reliant on insulin and you have insurance, this is a very good bill for you. If you win the lottery and your particular medicine, 25 out of 8,000 plus drugs that are covered by Medicare, gets selected, this is a good bill for you. But as Ms. Titus, who has been so helpful on several of the amendments, just indicated, if you are uninsured, you're left out of the benefits of negotiation from this bill. I would circulate to the committee for consideration of inclusion in your record a very powerful op-ed from the mother of a young man who died from not taking his insulin, that is in today's USA Today. She points out how individuals like her son would not be helped by the bill because they did not have insurance. The issue about covering the millions without insurance and including them in this bill can be solved by adding about 3 words, that you define the uninsured as among those who are called fair price individuals. And those fair price people include many people now from the marketplace and the like, but they do not include the uninsured. We have a backward system in this country on much of health care, and that is the people who have the least, who do not have insurance, end up paying the most when they have to pay. And that's true about pharmaceuticals. The other amendments that I offer to you today are designed to fulfill the pledge that we made to end the ban on Medicare negotiation. This bill, as presented to the committee, maintains the prohibition on Medicare negotiation and draws only a narrow exception to it. Should H.R. 3 pass, it would be a violation, it would be illegal under federal law to negotiate about 2/3 of the drugs that are covered by Medicare today. I think we should fulfill our pledge and see that that ban is eliminated and have a specific amendment joined by a number of our colleagues to eliminate the ban on negotiation. It was included after significant pharmaceutical lobbying in the original drug price bill. A number of years ago, when this committee and the Congress approved a measure by then Representative John Dingell, we repealed the ban. This bill does not repeal the ban. Another key issue is how we deal with price spikes and how inclusive this bill is. It is ironic that this bill is named for our great colleague Elijah Cummings, because Elijah Cummings, when no one else could secure a hearing in a Republican Congress, was the one that got through good work with his Republican colleagues, the so-called Pharma Bro, Martin Scarelli, or whatever his name is, who overnight raised the cost of a Daraprim pill from $13.50 to $750. Explore for a moment what H.R. 3 does about that problem for which Elijah Cummings is known. Because Daraprim is only taken by a few thousand people, it will never be negotiated. It will never fit into this. So we won't lower the price, which is still $750. There'll be no reduction of the price. It and similar drugs will not be negotiated in the future. And because of the way the price spike provisions are written in this bill, a 5,000% increase on this or another similar drug will not produce benefits or protection to anyone outside of Medicare. One of the other issues that's been discussed here is socialism. Well, we have socialism when it comes to paying for the research, the basic research on drugs. We rely on the taxpayers to pay for those drugs, and under this bill, it's proposed that we would pay for even more of that. We would invest more at the National Institutes of Health and other places. I've always supported more investment for research. The question is, what return are taxpayers getting on their investment? Is there any restraint whatsoever on the prices that taxpayer research is generating? And just to give you one very specific example, a drug called, I think it's Gleevec, it's a cancer treatment that is used annually by 200,000 patients. The oncologist who was successful in the development of that drug received more than $50 million in grants from NIH. He said that about half of the money that went into the drug came from the National Cancer Institute, another 30% from the Leukemia and Lymphoma Society, 10% from Oregon State, and 10% from the pharmaceutical manufacturer. By the end of 2018, the sale by that manufacturer exceeded $53 billion, and the price has more than doubled since it was introduced. All that I seek in the amendment that I have advanced with our colleague Peter DeFazio is that those drugs that are developed in the future with taxpayer money, just like this one, ought to be subject to negotiation. That you take the 25 that are in there and insulin, and you add in those that are paid for with at taxpayer expense. There are also protections concerning price spikes that need to be in this legislation. There are a number of other measures. Basically, what's involved here, when people talk about a free market, it is not a free market. It is a government-approved monopoly that is given on these drugs without any government countervailing force, with government-financed research for drug after drug. We've had a huge number of price spikes in the first 6 months of this year, a huge investment by taxpayers. People are not being treated fairly. And Ms. Torres, who made the very good point just before we broke for votes about an inhaler, that's the kind of drug that ought to be covered by H.R. 3, and unfortunately, it's not. With that, I yield to any questions the committee might have.
Thank you both very much for your testimony, and Mr. Doggett, thank you for your advocacy for everybody, and I appreciate that very much. Are there any questions of the panel here before we, Dr. Burgess?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Of course, I know Mr. Doggett knows I disagree with him on just about everything. But I would argue that your amendment should be made in order. The Daraprim question or the Daraprim problem has troubled me a lot. And many people have heard me say in our committee over and over and over again, if you don't understand the difference between Sovaldi and Daraprim, you're going to get the wrong answer to this equation. Now, Sovaldi is, of course, covered in this, what did Mr. Pallone call it, a clubbing? A negotiation that involves a club is actually a mugging. It's probably illegal, but nevertheless, Sovaldi would be covered. Gleevec
would not.
Would not. And consequence is Sovaldi would hit the market at probably a price point of $65,000 to cure hepatitis C, which that's a big deal to cure hepatitis C. You don't have to have a liver transplant. That's going to be expensive if you have to go that route. So the drug was expensive, but it's come down because there have been other drugs that have been introduced, and the cost of curing hepatitis C is significantly lower than it was 4 years ago because of innovation. And that's a good thing. We should celebrate that. Daraprim is the same damn price. It's $65,000. Nothing has moved that off of that perch where it was placed, and that is a distributional problem because they're the sole manufacturer. Market's so small, no one else wants to get into it. I guess because they think we're going to take their money from them if they do it. But the setup is wrong. If you're going to go the direction of H.R. 3 and you don't fix Daraprim, you got to ask yourself, why'd you bother? Because the Sovaldi is much cheaper now than it was a few years ago. And again, it cures hepatitis C. That's a gift from God. We should all be celebrating that. So I think you should make Mr. Doggett's amendment in order, and
Thank you very much.
Mr. Chairman.
Yes, Mr. Hastings.
Just very briefly, 10 years ago, we could look at our programming without drugs being offered to us to tell our doctor to ask for these. And I'm just curious, and I'm not from either of these witnesses, how much money do drug manufacturers spend on advertising that I get tired of looking at?
Yeah. Thank you very much for being here. We appreciate it.
Thank you.
Are there any other members who wish to testify in H.R. 3? Seeing none, that closes the hearing on that measure. Next, Next, I would like to call up our next panel to testify in H.R. 5038, the Farm Workforce Modernization Act. Subcommittee Chairperson Lofgren and Ranking Member Collins and Mr. Newhouse, I think, we are all delighted that you are here. Anything you brought in writing will, without objection, be entered to the record. Ms. Lofgren, I know you have you have to be out of here shortly.
There it is. I do have a 7 o'clock
Right.
appearance, but it's for 15 minutes, so I can come back.
Yeah,
if there are
well, hopefully you
additional
won't have to come back. So why don't we begin with you?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Over the last decade, there have been several legislative attempts to address the growing labor challenges that are harming America's farms. Some of those bills focus solely on providing a solution for the current undocumented agricultural workforce. Others only address future farm needs. But none of those bills provided a comprehensive solution to the problem one that helped both farmers and workers, and none of those bills passed out of the House. This bill is different. It's the product of meticulous negotiations that began last March and provides a comprehensive and balanced solution for the agricultural sector. I'll just tell you a little bit about the process. The United Farm Workers, that represents farm workers, sat down with a whole panoply of agricultural employers and hammered out, really in a sort of a collective bargaining effort, wages and working conditions. Now, I grew up in a union family, and I learned to respect the collective bargaining process, and what we learned was that they were able to reach agreement on some contentious points that had traditionally separated them. Broadly speaking, the bill provides stability for farms, it reforms the H-2A program, and it provides a process for experienced farm workers in the U.S. to earn status through continued agricultural employment. To ensure a legal workforce long into the future, the bill also phases in mandatory E-Verify in the agricultural sector after the legalization and the H-2A reforms have been implemented. The policy has always been among those who are advocating for immigration reform that if you have a system that works, you ought to enforce that system. And I can remember Luis Gutierrez and I going around making that point. Now, many on both sides of the aisle have expressed optimism at the possibility of finally tackling such a critical issue with 25 Republican and 28 Democratic co-sponsors from all over the country. There's no question that this bill is truly bipartisan. Since the introduction, I've worked with my colleagues on both sides of the aisle to make the bill even stronger. In fact, several of the ideas from those discussions have been incorporated into the bill that's before this committee today, and that's been my commitment since conversations began at the beginning of this year. Some have commented that on certain issues like wages, the bill doesn't go far enough. Some believe that the reforms go too far. To reach a bipartisan consensus, as I say, the agreement was reached between labor and employers on wages and working conditions. The bipartisan members who authored this bill gave the respect to that collective bargaining. I'm proud that we've worked across the aisle to find a bipartisan solution to an extraordinarily complex issue, and I'm proud that this bill will help farmers and our economy while providing stability for those who work so hard to put food on America's table. The bill isn't perfect, but it's a compromise, and it does make the situation much better. That's why hundreds of national and commodity associations, including National Milk, Western Growers, the National Council of Farm Cooperatives, United Fresh, Dairy Farmers America, U.S. Apple have all endorsed this bill. So have regional associations from the Alabama Farmers Cooperative to Colorado Dairy, from Florida Fruit and Vegetables to the Idaho Potato Commission, from Texas Citrus to the Virginia State Dairymen's Association, the West Virginia Nurseries to the National Association of State Departments of Agriculture. The U.S. Chamber of Commerce is also supporting. So are many unions, including the United Farm Workers that took the lead in negotiating, as well as the Farm Worker Labor Organizing Committee of the AFL-CIO, the Service Employees International Union, and so are many advocacy organizations, including Farm Worker Justice, Unitas U.S., and the Coalition for Humane Immigrant Rights. Collectively, more than 350 organizations representing both sides of the issue traditionally fighting have expressed their support for this bill. And I want to thank my friends who have worked so hard on this bill, Representative Newhouse, who I'm sure will speak in a minute, Mr. Simpson, Mr. LaMalfa, Mr. Diaz-Balart, Mr. Panetta, Mr. Peterson, the chair of the Ag Committee, Mr. Carbajal, Mr. Cox, Harder, Costa, Correa, and many, many others who've worked hard in this legislation. It's not easy to find common ground. We've learned that even when we share common goals. But this has been a terrific experience of working across the aisle to reach a conclusion that we think will make our country better. So I hope that we can pass this bill, and I'd also ask unanimous consent that we put into the record the letters of support
Without
from the
objection.
many organizations. And thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
If I pop out before questions, I'll come right
All
back.
right, thank you. Ranking Member Collins.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and hopefully we can get this done and she won't need to pop back in.
Good.
Look, Mr. Chairman, I oppose this, and I made this clear before during markup, H.R. 5038, and I'd urge an open rule, though, so amendments can be considered to make changes. It may be bipartisan, and I fully acknowledge that. It's just not something that I can support. But I have committed to continuing the work. I wish we had been, included earlier and could have found some of these. I believe that there is workable ability here, even on with a legalization issue, with pathways. There's things we could have done. But at the end of the day, there's still some very large holes. As was said by somebody during markup, maybe we can get this to the Senate and work on it. Maybe that is one of those times. I'll admit that. But the agriculture, one of the groups that was not mentioned, though, was the American Farm Bureau, who is opposed to this bill. And I think this is just the problem we face. I'm a very ag-centric district. Georgia is the largest H-2A user in the country. And yet in our needs, we're not addressed in this at all. And so you have to understand where I'm coming from, especially with poultry and others to understand. So as we look through this, I'm going to have a statement, and frankly, I'm going to read some of this, but return it for use. But the H-2A users have asked for many reforms. Fortunately, these do not fix many of the issues with the program itself. And I think to talk about it from an H-2A perspective, we should have been fixing H-2A instead of enlarging it past the scope of H-2A, which was all valuable. It could be done, but it needed to stick closer to H-2A. And I don't think it did as what we could have done there. Growers have requested permanent long-term wage relief instead of the unpredictable adverse wage effect rate of H-2A users are currently required to pay. This change would help farmers plan for the next growing season without facing increases of 6.2% like they did for fiscal year 2019. But this bill fails to do that. Litigation reform is another issue here. I've yet to understand why we're putting H-2A under mitzvah, which is the migrant workers, except for one reason. That it provides a civil right of action in federal court. This is the reason this is in there. There's no other reason for it to be there. And frankly, it's an egregious throwaway in a bill that shouldn't be there because of all the other outlets for the H-2A workers to have to address egress and problems that they have and resolve legitimate worker rights. And that's, again, really interesting. The dairy was mentioned. Look, I said this in committee, and I sort of half joking. Anybody in the dairy industry, as a lobbyist in the dairy industry, ought to get a raise. I mean, This bill is their bill. I mean, this is a good thing. And look, and for me, it's coming from state. My granddad was a dairy farmer, so good for them. They've been struggling for a long time, but this one went way overboard when it came to how that is done. H.R. 5038 also does provide some visas for year-round work. It caps the number initially at a low rate of 20,000 per year, then reserves half of those, as I just said, for dairies. So a measly 10,000 visas per year are provided for all their all-around agricultural needs. After that, the bill caps the increase at 12.5%, yet still reserves half of that for dairy. What does that leave out? It leaves out processors. This was something that we had general agreement on in the last Congress. We couldn't get it passed, and I'm not here to argue that point, but processors needed to be included here. Because like in my district with poultry, we can't get enough workers to process the poultry that many of you eat every day, and we're the poultry capital of the world. We needed a processing provision in here. Undoubtedly, we couldn't get that through with union provisions and other things, so we just couldn't get it there. Other interesting things in here is really one of the things that we're concerned about is the fraudulent applications, because it does seem to promote it with extremely low document standards, the ability to withdraw a knowingly false application without prejudice, and the bill allows aliens with multiple DUI convictions and charges to get amnesty. And it also forgives Social Security fraud and rewards those who engage in such fraud with a pathway to citizenship. Other little things like a workday is now 5.75 hours under this bill. And it only takes 100 of those each year to get to the pathway of citizenship. I just think there's just some honest questions here that we have. I respect the gentlelady immensely. She and I have worked on a lot of things. I wish we could have worked closer on this, but I'm not going to begrudge what she's done, or my gentleman from Washington who sat right over there with me on many hours in this committee. But I'm just going to end with this. The Farm Bureau is opposed for a reason. And it's not something that cannot be overcome at some point. But right now, this is just not the bill. We know the votes are there. Let's just move it forward, and then we can go from there. With that, I yield back.
Thank you very much, Mr. Newhouse.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, Ranking Member Cole, members of the committee. And I got to tell you that sitting here for the last hour makes me feel better that I'm not up there with you. So.
I was looking at you with envy.
With a little bit of
Even
envy.
on the Judiciary Committee. I was like,
I don't think we go there right now, but okay.
Happy where you are.
But I also am here to speak to you on behalf of H.R. 5038, the Farm Workforce Modernization Act, which I think is a critical piece of legislation for my constituents in central Washington, but also for farmers and ranchers around the country in each and every one of your districts, I believe. I'm lucky to represent one of the nation's most productive agricultural areas in the Congress. The ag industry literally touches the life of every single one of my constituents. And given the impact that ag has in my district, ensuring the success of the industry, you can rest assured is one of my top priorities in Congress. And it's a role I take very seriously. When I talk to farmers or ranchers in central Washington, having access to a stable and legal workforce is often their number one concern. Last Congress, in the 115th, I worked with then Chairman Goodlatte, who was of the House Judiciary Committee, to introduce legislation to address the ag labor crisis that we had then, reform the guest worker program and provide access to the legal workforce. That was not a perfect bill, but I think it made significant strides to address the challenges that farmers face in the U.S. Unfortunately, we adjourned last session without a vote on the legislation. And so when the 116th Congress began, with Republicans in the minority, I had, frankly, little hope that ag labor reform would advance, despite the growing and demonstrated need for reform in our rural communities. So I was delighted when Representative Lofgren approached Republicans to be part of a negotiation on this issue. And I can tell you, after months, practically this whole Congress of negotiations between Republicans and Democrats, ag stakeholders and associations, along with labor unions and organizations, 5038 was introduced, the Farm Workforce Modernization Act. And I can tell you, as has been said, it truly has been a bipartisan effort. Much like past efforts, this act may not be the perfect solution for agriculture. I will be the first to admit that. But I will also tell anyone who asks that this is better than the status quo. Creating better conditions for farmers and ranchers throughout the U.S., it's a process. We must keep this process moving forward, and this legislation, I think, is a positive step, providing relief to the American ag industry. Let me highlight just a couple of the positive improvements for agriculture, and I'll be as quick as I can. First, as far as wages are concerned. In Washington State, my state, we pay the highest adverse effective wage rate in the country. But this is a national problem, with farmers across the country experiencing rapid increases, as Mr. Collins referred to, including in 2018, some states faced over 20% of an increase. So without controlling the growth of wages, the reality is that many farms will go out of business. This bill will significantly begin improving the wage landscape for farmers across our country. It starts by freezing wages at the 2019 level, ensuring that the average 7% increase that's in store for 2020 does not happen. In addition to the wage freeze, under this bill, no farmer would ever see the radical wage spikes as we limit these increases from one year to the next to no more than 3.25% for the vast majority of states. Furthermore, this bill includes a prohibition of raising wages during the middle of a contract. This was a problem in my state, and this is a huge change from the average wage increases farmers have been seeing under the program. The Cato Institute, which I think many of you are familiar, indicates that if the bill's wage structure had already been in place in 2019, farmers would have saved at least $324 million in wages versus the status quo. So I'd like to also enter into the record that
without
report.
objection.
Thank you. In 10 years, the AWAR goes away, and the Secretaries of Ag and Labor are mandated to change the wage standard after studying key wage issues, including piece rate, corresponding employment, and other things. So for farmers, this bill's wage package is a clear improvement over the current system. Importantly, as Mr. Collins referenced, this bill is a significant benefit to ag producers who operate year-round. Under current law, only those ag operations who have seasonal and temporary labor needs are able to utilize H-2A. But under this bill, year-round producers like your dairy farmers, or in some states, mushroom farmers or nursery farmers, will be able to participate in the H-2A program. Unlike those in traditional H-2A program, this would be an initial cap on the number of foreign workers in year-round jobs. That cap would continue to increase so and become uncapped in 10 years. In my state, our region's ag industry would not be the success it is without the dedicated work of the men and the women that we work alongside in the fields growing and harvesting food that feeds the world. And this bill creates a first-of-its-kind, employment-based immigration program to provide legal status to current ag workers who have a history of working in agriculture. In addition to maintaining a clean criminal record and paying fines, this program requires these workers to continue working in ag to earn legal status, ensuring their continued investment in the U.S. economy. In addition, this bill, unlike previous bills, includes very stringent bars for immigrants to join the program. Those bars to prevent eligibility include serious crimes and domestic violence. The Goodlatte bill did not include these same provisions. We reduce red tape. Finally, this bill streamlines and simplifies the H-2A program by eliminating duplicative paperwork. It would move the program online so employers would only need to file once as opposed to 3 times for 3 different agencies. It would allow farmers to file 1 petition for the entire season, allowing staggered entry for H-2A workers. Further, the bill mandates that agencies should conduct their review and approval responsibilities simultaneously, reducing overall decision time, a substantial benefit in a very time-sensitive program. And the bill would allow the USCIS to issue partial approvals and petitions allowing involving multiple workers so that workers who are not subject to further inquiry can proceed to the visa application process and admission. This is a compromise measure, as was said, pure and simple. It may not be the bill that Representative Lofgren or I would have written on our own, but it is a bill that was collaboratively written with an absolute goal of solving one of the longest-running problems our rural communities have. As many of you know, we here in Congress have grappled with finding a solution and providing certainty with our nation's crippled immigration system for at least 30 years. Because of our collective indecision, we've done nothing to address our increasingly broken immigration laws. But today, with your help, I'm hopeful that through the Farm Workforce Modernization Act, this genuine bipartisan effort can serve as one piece of the immigration puzzle and finally move our conversation towards a compromise in fixing our broken system. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you very much, Mr. Newhouse, for your excellent statement, and I agree with you. And I know, Ms. Lofgren, you have an appointment that you have to keep, but I think Mr. Newhouse can answer any questions that...
Certainly, and if you're still going on in 15 minutes,
yeah, I hope not, but we might be. But anyway, but thank you for being here. Any questions from the panelists?
Chairman, I do want to acknowledge all the work that Doug Collins has done on behalf of the United States House of Representatives and the American people. People have been watching, and I'm very grateful for what you've been doing. So thank you.
Yeah, Mr. Chair. And I just, thanks. I've heard from the dairy farmers, and they're all in on this thing. You know, and just appreciate it. This is a huge step. I mean, obviously, you've got poultry issues, we got landscapers and resort people and all that, but to make this big step, I think, will lead to some other significant improvements in our immigration system.
And Mr. Bowman, let me just say, I agree. There's some issues in here that are good, but there are genuine issues, and I think from the wage, I mean, very much look at this wage issue. It's not what has appeared. There is some issues here. We're going to talk about this in the general debate. We don't need to talk about it up here. We'll be on general debate on the floor, and we can talk about it down there.
Ms. Torres?
I just want to thank Mr. Newcastle. I really,
House.
Why do I call it?
He is a castle. He's down on the rock.
I'm going to start over. It's been a long day.
It has been a long day.
We worked on other issues together, but I think watching how you have worked together with the chairwoman is really impressive. And, you know, thank you. Obviously, there's heartburn on both sides.
I understand.
But that's exactly what compromise means. So I just want you to know how much I appreciate what you brought to the table and how both of you together advance an agenda for two sides that I never thought could get to this place where we are now. So such hard work should be rewarded at some point. Thank you.
I appreciate that very much.
Ms. Shalala.
Just quickly, this is really important to the farmers in South Florida who have been hoping for this all along. But more importantly, I can go home for Christmas because my brother-in-law is a wheat farmer in North Dakota, and this is the first thing I've been able to deliver for him.
Any other comments or questions? I want to thank both of you for being here. Two former Rules Committee colleagues, and I agree with Mr. Newhouse. I disagree with, but I want to join myself with most of what Mr. Burgess said when we say how much we respect the work that you do. I'm not as enthusiastic about your work in the Judiciary Committee as he is, but nonetheless, I always appreciate your point of view and your courtesy. So thank you both for being here. And anyone else wish to testify on this legislation? Hearing none, that closes the hearing portion on what is it? HR 5038. So at this point, I would like to call up our next panel to testify on the conference report to accompany S-1790, the National Defense Authorization Act. Chairman Smith and Ranking Member Thornberry, we are delighted that you are here. Anything that, well, they're here, yeah, they're, yeah. Anything that you brought in writing can be entered into the record. And you could pick any one of these chairs and any one of these microphones, or multiple microphones. So Chairman Smith, you can begin whenever you are ready.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Appreciate it. Appreciate the Rules Committee's consideration of the conference report on the defense authorizing bill for 2020. I think this is a very good piece of legislation. And just as a starting point, there are 1,377 provisions. 70% of them are actually House provisions, so I think we did reasonably well. In fairness, there were a lot more House provisions than there were Senate provisions to begin with. But I think we arrived at a pretty decent compromise, and once we got the budget straightened out with the $738 billion top line, the rest of it is basically doing the job of the American people and making sure that we're providing for our national security by fully funding and supporting the Department of Defense, all of the men and women who serve, and the people who work there. And I think we got a very, very good result on this and resolved a lot of difficult issues. It is always a lengthy process whenever one chamber changes party as we try to sort of figure out what's possible. But I think we had excellent partners in the House and the Senate, worked together and produced ultimately something that is a very good product, and it's incredibly important to the national security of this country. And I think particularly important to make sure that the legislative branch continues to assert its role in this process. There are a number of other committees that aren't able to pass authorizing bills for one reason or another, and that's part of what just creeps greater power into the executive branch, and that's whether it's President Obama, President Trump, whoever it is. I think particularly in the area of national security, it's crucial that the legislative branch continues to assert its authority to make sure that we do oversight properly, we protect the taxpayers' money at the Pentagon, and we arrive at policy that involves the legislative branch in defending our country. Obviously, there's a lot more that can be said about this, but I look forward to your questions to address the issues that are most important to this committee. And I guess one final thing I do want to say, I really want to thank this committee and the chairman in particular. We threw a lot at you, and you handled it very, very well. This literally would not have been possible without the leadership of the chair, ranking member, and this committee. So we thank you very much for that help. And with that, I'm pleased to yield to Ranking Member Thornberry.
Thank you very much. Ranking Member Thornberry, welcome.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, Ranking Member, and members of the committee. I'll just say a couple things that you already know. One of them is that this was hard. You had two very different bills, and you had a panoply of issues that were not within our jurisdiction. And somehow all of that had to come together in a conference report that would pass the House, pass the Senate, and be hopefully signed into law by the President. So it has been very challenging, but I think tremendous credit goes to Chairman Smith for his patience and his persistence in working through not only with members here, members in the other body, but in the executive branch for bringing it all together. It was hard, and it was a big job to get done, and he did it. Secondly, I think the result is a good one. It advances U.S. national security interests, and there are a lot of good provisions in here that will benefit the men and women who serve our nation and their families. And, you know, we've got the 19-page bipartisan summary that goes through a bunch of those things, so I won't take time, but it's a good product. Thirdly, I want to agree with Adam that this authorization bill is important for our institution. It's one of the few remaining opportunities that members on both sides of the aisle have to come up with a provision, have it offered and passed on the floor and signed into law by the President. And there are a lot of those, what was it, 1,300 something provisions, most of which are from members of the House. It's good for our institution. But I'd also argue it's good for the men and women of the military to see that with all the other differences we have on other issues, that we can come together on supporting our troops. If you're halfway around the world or all the way around the world, you need to know that somebody in Washington has your back. And coming together on a bill like this is one way for us to convey that we've got their back. So I just want to express my support for an appropriate rule for a conference report of this size and complexity, and look forward to answering any questions that you have.
Well, thank you, and I want to thank you both and your staffs for the incredible work that you have done. I think whether you support the final conference report or not, I think everybody's in awe of your ability to actually produce a conference report, given the differences and the challenges you face. But I have nothing but the greatest admiration for both of you, and I think I speak for everybody on this committee. And so it's great that you're here, and we look forward to providing a rule to get this to the floor at the earliest possible time. Mr. Hastings?
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I also, having worked with both of these gentlemen on other committees, know the extraordinary amount of time and effort that they put forward, and I'd like to add my thanks. In addition, earlier, I had an opportunity through the amendment process to have several measures that were included, and also in the conference, I had 2 or 3 measures that were included, and I'm thankful for both these gentlemen and being supportive of those efforts. Thank you so very much.
Thank you very much. Mr. Cole?
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I want to join the universal appreciation that this committee and everybody else is expressing to both of you. I had the good fortune to be with both the chairman, the ranking member, the Reagan Defense Forum recently, as they were still hashing out the very final details, getting a little bit giddier every moment as they neared completion. But I had the good fortune many years ago, early in my career, actually to serve on the Armed Services Committee with both these gentlemen. And I've watched their career, and I'm so proud of both of you because you've each been chairman, you've each been ranking member, you've worked together really, really well. And you've worked together and represented us as an institution across the rotunda to our friends on the other side. I think it's a very, very important bill. I think it's extraordinarily, again, inclusive, as Representative Thornberry said. A lot of us that are not on your committee have brought important measures to both of you, and you've worked with us and helped us resolve them or include them and given us the appropriate resolution. So it's really, in a very difficult period of time, quite a legislative feat that both of you and your staffs and your members that work with you accomplished. So I couldn't be more pleased. I look forward to supporting this on the floor. I will add this one admonition that I know both my friends would agree with, and that is all their good work will go for naught if we do not get the defense appropriations bill done next week. The authorization bill is really important, but if there's no money with it, they can't do the things that they've laid out here. So I know they'll be working with us and the appropriators. And again, I have a lot of confidence, particularly on the House side where we've got Chairman Viscoski and Ranking Member Calvert. They work seamlessly. I serve on that subcommittee. I can tell you we haven't had a partisan vote this year. Matter of fact, I can't remember the last time we had this whole idea of setting aside a lot of our differences when we come to this area is so important for us as a country. You two gentlemen have certainly exemplified that throughout your careers. We think we do that on defense approach, but we're going to need a lot of help from everybody in the chamber to give the money to match up with the great work that you've done together on the authorizing side. So I look forward to that. I hear we're making very, very, very good progress, but it always helps when the first part of the job's done. The authorization should always precede the appropriation anyway, in my opinion. Makes it a lot easier if you're an appropriator. So thank you for your good work.
Thank you.
Look forward to supporting the legislation.
Thank you. Ms. Torres, Dr. Burgess?
Well, I do want to thank our two witnesses for being here. Mr. Thornberry and I had an opportunity to talk earlier today, and I appreciate what you've put together. Many of the concerns that I've brought to you over the last 12 months have been addressed in this, and particularly the military housing, the concerns of the housing privatization that had occurred, and the military spouse licensing, which was a big subject of our local paper, the Dallas Morning News, that wrote a big editorial about that, and I brought it to your attention. I'm glad to see that it received attention in this bill. So I appreciate you being here tonight, and we won't keep you any later. I'll yield back.
Thank you. Mr. Perlmutter.
Yeah, and I just want to thank you, gentlemen, and just the different things. We had a debate about this. Congresswoman Cheney came down on the rule last week on insider trading, saying we should just give up and recede to the Senate version. And we said no, because we might not get the widow's tax, we might not get the parental leave, we might not get the military housing, we might not get the Ferris Doctrine or the GI Bill. We got all that, which, to your point, Mr. Thornberry, is beneficial to the men and women who are serving our nation. So I want to thank both of you for that. I especially want to thank you both for the piece in there about our cold warriors, the nuclear weapons individuals who over time developed all sorts of ailments from the radiation and the toxicity of dealing with those weapons. And there's a piece in there, and you worked with us specifically to maintain it, and I just wanted to say thanks, certainly for the men and women who worked at Rocky Flats building the plutonium triggers, but it also benefits other nuclear workers across the country, so thank you.
Yeah. Ms. Lesko.
I, too, want to add my thanks for your hard work. I have Luke Air Force Base in my district. This is important to me. Thank you.
Mr. Raskin.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just want to commend both of our witnesses on their hard work. There were certain things that fell out of the bill in the negotiation that I'm disappointed about, but there's a lot of good stuff in there too, and I would particularly cite the Ferris Doctrine. This has been a doctrine that has prevented thousands of military service members from getting compensated for injuries inflicted by doctors in the government doctors, and basically there was a doctrine that was totally judge-made that grew up saying that even if there's malpractice, there's negligence, recklessness, people can't be compensated for it. And so although we're not giving people right to go and sue, there's a right to obtain funding from a fund, and that's a big improvement, and I'm glad, and I want to salute our colleague Jackie Spear, who led the fight for that, and I've got a colleague from American University Law School, Andrew Popper, who worked closely on that. So I consider that good progress. I yield back.
I just want to, if I could quickly say, and thank you, by the way, because we worked with you and your office directly to iron out the details in that agreement. And that's a larger point also, not just on the committee, but members outside the committee. This is a team product. We benefited from the wisdom and knowledge in a lot of different policy areas from members on both sides of the aisle. And we certainly worked with you on that issue, and I appreciate you helping out.
And thank you very much, Mr. Smith.
Mrs. Scanlon?
Yes, I want to thank Chairman Smith and the House Armed Services Committee for your leadership on this bill. Obviously, there were a lot of compromises made in the bill, but it does address modern challenges facing our nation. I really appreciate the steps taken to address the threat of climate change, requiring the department to plan around climate vulnerabilities in the future. And I appreciate the measured steps it's taking to care for our military families. I also appreciate the steps taken to ensure that our armed forces are fully ready for the threats that we face today and prepared for those in the future, particularly with respect to the CH-47 aircraft known as the Chinook that is produced in my district. We have a long and proud history of supporting that. It's a workhorse of the Army, as are the workers in our district. So we're, again, heartened to see it having full support from both parties in both chambers, and I look forward to continuing to fight for its continuation. Thank you.
Mr. Morelli? Ms. Schleller? Ms. DeSagne, okay. Thank you very much, and thank you for the compliment of the Rules Committee. I mean, I think people, especially the staff on both sides, work awfully hard, and so we really appreciate when people say nice things about the work this committee does, because we work awfully hard, and I really appreciate your being here today and with a finished product, and we look forward to giving it a rule, and we'll see you.
Can I make one final point before we go that I meant to make in the opening? You mentioned the bipartisanship on the committee, and, well, there's only 2 points. One, the bipartisan staff. We're one of, I think, the few, if not the only committee that has a bipartisan staff. That makes an enormous difference. The other thing that makes a difference is the bipartisan tradition of this committee. And when I became ranking member, Buck McKeon was the chair. And first thing he did was we traveled together. I went to his district, he went to mine, went to other places. He made a point of saying, we're going to work together. And Mac did the same thing when he became chair after Buck. And that leadership sets the tone that that's not just the way it is, it's the way it's always going to be. And absent the leadership from both Chairman McKeon and Chairman Thornberry, we don't get to the place that we are today, where we work in a bipartisan way in this. And I say that in part because Chairman Thornberry is retiring this year. We will have one more year. So one more time to come before you. We'll try not to, but I really wanted to note the importance of the bipartisan.
Well, it's just like the Rules Committee.
I mean, yeah, exactly.
We're one big happy family up here. We're like the Addams family, but we're, you know. But anyway, thank you very much. Anyone else wishing to testify on the conference report? Hearing none, that closes the hearing portion on the conference report to accompany S-1790, the National Defense Authorization Bill of 2020. So without objection, the committee stands in recess subject to the call of the chair. I would just say that I think we're close, so I would urge everybody to stick around. This is not going to be a super late night. I'm hoping within the next half hour or less we can wrap this up, but if people can stick around a little bit, I would appreciate it. And so we are in recess. Good, no.
We have chart today.
We have.
Yes.
Gotta try and limit my coughing.
Okay. Are we ready, Don? Okay. The Rules Committee will come to order. Without objection, I'd like to submit for the record a statement from Representative Gottheimer in support of his amendment. At this point, the chair will entertain a motion from the distinguished gentlelady from Florida, Ms. Shalala.
Mr. Chairman, I move the committee grant H.R. 3, the Elijah E. Cummings Lower Drug Costs Now Act, a structured rule. The rule provides 4 hours of general debate, with 3 hours equally divided among and controlled by the respective chairs and ranking minority members of the Committees on Education and Labor, Energy and Commerce, and Ways and Means, and 1 hour equally divided and controlled by the majority leader and the minority leader or their respective designees. The rule waives all points of order against consideration of the bill. The rule provides that an amendment in the nature of a substitute consisting of the text of Rules Committee Print 116-41, modified by the amendment printed in Part A of the Rules Committee report, shall be considered as adopted, and the bill as amended shall be considered as read. The rule waives all points of order against provisions in the bill as amended. The rule makes in order only those further amendments printed in Part B of the Rules Committee report. Each such further amendment may be offered only in the order printed in the report and may be offered only by a member designated in the report, shall be considered as read, shall be debatable for the time specified in the report, equally divided and controlled by the proponent and an opponent, shall not be subject to amendment, and shall not be subject to a demand for division of the question. The rule waives all points of order against amendments printed in Part B of the report. The rule provides one motion to recommit with or without instructions. The rule provides for consideration of H.R. 5038, the Farm Workforce Modernization Act of 2019, under a closed rule. The rule provides 1 hour of general debate, equally divided and controlled by the chair and ranking minority member of the Committee on the Judiciary. The rule waives all points of order against consideration of the bill. The rule provides that an amendment in the nature of a substitute consisting of the text of the Rules Committee Print 116-42, modified by the amendment printed in Part C of the Rules Committee report, shall be considered as adopted, and the bill as amended shall be considered as read. The rule waives all points of order against provisions in the bill as amended. The rule provides one motion to recommit with or without instructions. The rule also provides for consideration of the conference report accompanying S. 1790, the National Defense Authorization Act for fiscal year 2020. The rule waives all points of order against the conference report and against its consideration. The rule provides that the conference report shall be considered as read. The rule provides 1 hour of debate on the conference report, divided pursuant to Clause 8D of Rule 22. The rule provides one motion to recommit if applicable. The rule provides the chair of the Permanent Select Committee on Intelligence may insert in the congressional record not later than December 13th, 2019, such material as he may deem explanatory of intelligence authorization measures for the fiscal years 2018, 2019, and 2020. The rule provides that it shall be in order at any time through the legislative day of December 20th, 2019, for the Speaker to entertain motions that the House suspend the rules as though under Clause 1 of Rule 15, and that the Speaker or her designee shall consult with the minority leader or his designee on the designation of any matter for consideration pursuant to this section. The rule waives the requirement of Clause 6A of Rule 13 for a 2/3 vote to consider a report from the Committee on Rules on the same day it is presented to the House with respect to any resolution reported through the legislative day of December 20th, 2019. Section 7 of the rule provides that on any legislative day of the first session of the 116th Congress after December 12, 2019, the journal of the proceedings of the previous day shall be considered as approved, and the chair may at any time declare the House adjourned to meet at a date and a time to be announced by the chair in declaring the adjournment. Section 8 provides that on any legislative day of the second session of the 116th Congress before January 7th, 2020, the Speaker may dispense with organizational and legislative business. The journal of the proceedings of the previous day shall be considered as approved if applicable, and the chair may at any time declare the House adjourned to meet at a date and a time to be announced by the chair in declaring the adjournment. The rule provides that the Speaker may appoint members to perform the duties of the chair for the duration of the periods addressed by Sections 7 and 8. Finally, the rule provides that each day during the periods addressed by Sections 7 and 8 shall not constitute calendar days for the purposes of Section 7 of the War Powers Resolution, shall not constitute a legislative day for the purposes of Clause 7 of Rule 13, and shall not constitute a legislative day for purposes of Clause 7 of Rule 15. I yield back.
Thank you very much. You've heard the motion from the gentleman from Florida. Is there any amendment or discussion? Mr. Cole.
Well, first of all, Mr. Chairman, I want to begin by thanking you for making H.R. 19 in order as a substitute. That was our number one ask, and that was a very generous thing for you to do, and I certainly want to acknowledge that. This is actually a very good rule. It could be just a little bit better, though. And I mean this in all seriousness. You know, obviously we're going to disagree on the drug pricing legislation, but again, you were very generous in making our substitute amendment in order, and I want to acknowledge that. It's a big concession, not concession, but it's an understanding of our position on your part, and I appreciate that. But actually, the only piece of legislation I'm worried about in here, I wish we could have done better on drug pricing. That's not within the purview of this committee. But I am really interested in the agricultural guest worker program. I'm a co-sponsor on that legislation. Some of our people have legitimate concerns that I think could be assuaged if they had an opportunity to at least make some of their points available. So I would respectfully move for an open rule.
Thank you, and I appreciate your comments on HR 3, and you know, and to be honest with you, I mean, I think it was the right thing to do, and I appreciate the way you conduct yourself on this committee and approach the matters that come before us that sometimes are very contentious. On the issue of the open rule on the agricultural worker bill, I'm going to respectfully disagree.
Oh, my hopes are rising.
Because, you know, I'm going to just tell you, just honestly, I think opening up an immigration-related bill in this current climate is a recipe for some not-so-nice discussion on the House floor. So I'm going to respectfully oppose your amendment, and I urge a no vote on the Cole amendment. Any other discussion? If not, the vote is on the Cole amendment. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. No. Opinion of the chair, the noes have it.
Roll call, Mr. Chairman.
Clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Hastings.
No.
Mr. Hastings, no. Mrs. Torres. Mr. Perlmutter. Mr. Perlmutter, no. Mr. Raskin. Mr. Raskin, no. Ms. Scanlon. Ms. Scanlon, no. Mr. Morelli. Mr. Morelli, no. Ms. Shalala. Ms. Shalala, no. Mr. DeSaulnier. Mr. DeSaulnier, no. Mr. Cole.
Aye.
Mr. Cole, aye. Mr. Woodall. Mr. Burgess. Mr. Burgess, aye. Mrs. Lesko. Mrs. Lesko, aye. Mr. Chairman.
No.
Mr. Chairman, no.
Clerk report the total.
3 yeas, 8 nays.
The amendment is not agreed to. Further amendments?
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
Yeah, Mr. Hastings.
Mr. Chairman, I've offered an amendment to the conference report for the National Defense Authorization Act for fiscal year 2020 that would see to it employees of the Federal Aviation Administration, which includes air traffic controllers, will be extended the same paid parental leave that other government employees are provided under this bill. I'm very pleased that the conference report before us provides federal employees with 12 weeks of paid parental leave in the case of birth, adoption, or fostering. I believe this section will help the federal government retain talent and remain competitive with the private industry. Unfortunately, this section was drafted to apply to Title V only, which has resulted in FAA employees being left out of this very important provision. I understand that the conference report has been finalized and signed. Therefore, I will withdraw my amendment at this point. However, I'd like to stress the importance of this issue, which will need to be addressed before the paid parental leave provision goes into effect, which I think gives us some time to correct this matter. I look forward to working with my colleagues in the House leadership to see that it is included, and I yield back the balance.
The gentleman, you?
Yes, of
I
course.
was prepared to support you on that amendment.
Yeah.
Well, I.
Seriously, no,
No, we need to fix
Well,
it.
seriously, it's a very
big
good
oversight,
amendment.
yeah.
I have a lot of FA employees in my district. I thank the gentleman for raising it, and I understand why you withdrew it, but I just want to make the point, I'll be happy to work with you on that.
Thank you very much.
And I think-
I'll take you up on that.
In keeping with what Mr. Cole just said, I think all of us will be happy to work with you on this, and hopefully we can maybe resolve it before the end of the year, but we have a little bit of time. So
Right.
thank you for bringing it up. Any further amendments? Hearing none, the vote now is on the motion from the gentlelady from Florida, Ms. Shalala. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, no? No. Be the chair, the ayes have it. Clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Hastings.
Aye.
Mr. Hastings, aye. Mrs. Torres. Mr. Perlmutter. Mr. Perlmutter, aye. Mr. Raskin. Mr. Raskin, aye. Ms. Scanlon. Ms. Scanlon, aye. Mr. Morelli. Mr. Morelli, aye. Ms. Shalala. Ms. Shalala, aye. Mr. DeSaulnier. Mr. DeSaulnier, aye. Mr. Cole. Mr. Cole, no. Mr. Woodall. Mr. Burgess. Mr. Burgess, no. Mrs. Lesko. Mrs. Lesko, no. Mr. Chairman.
Aye.
Mr. Chairman, aye.
Clerk report the total.
8 yeas, 3 nays.
Motion is agreed to, and Ms. Shalala will handle it for the Democrats.
And Mr. Burgess will handle it for the Republicans.
And I think this is it for this week, right? No more rules committees this week, and, yeah, Dr. Burgess. Who the hell knows? No, I mean, look, I think we have to be, I think next week, we're obviously hoping that there'll be a bill to fund our government, and I know Mr. Cole and other appropriators are working on that, so that'll, so that'll be next week. I think the speaker announced there's an agreement with the White House on the trade agreement, and so that'll be at some point next week. Obviously, the Judiciary Committee is going to take action. I think we may have to deal with that in the Rules Committee next week. I will know more probably about that tomorrow afternoon. And I don't know if there's anything else next week. I think that's what, right. It's possible that we may be meeting on Monday, and I think, so I think we should unfortunately inform all of our staffs and all the members that.
So there is.
Yeah, but it's possible, but we will hope, yeah, we haven't been told definitively, but the
Well,
majority.
you're the
leaders-
chairman, you make these decisions.
I know, I wish I did, but that decision has not been made, yeah, but, yeah, so next week will probably be an interesting week, and so McGovern's Package Store will make sure the closet is well stocked with alcohol to get us through it. So, anyway, without objection, the committee stands adjourned.
Holy cow, I didn't realize Monday was possible. I'm glad I asked.